Jurassic Park Newsflash, Day 36, Escape of the Dinosaurs. The neighborhoods are threatened, and only the Dino Trackers, led by T-Rex Turner, can stop them. Turner stuns a young T-Rex with a trank arrow.
Get the restraints on him!
Jaws Jackson and his dino capture trap put the squeeze on a ramhead.
Trap him and wrap him, boys.
And Harpoon Harrison hooks the demon.
Get some braces on those teeth! Yeah!
Jurassic Park, Dino Trackers and dinosaurs each sold separately.
Ever wonder what the Power Rangers really talk about?
These guys are gonna make us miss who's the boss.
I wish Tony were here.
What would he do? Hit them with a feather duster?
You don't get arms like this flitting around with a feather duster, Missy.
Tony's okay, but Angela's the tough one.
Don't ever cross me.
You're right. Angela is tough.
You creep!
We're not about to miss who's the boss.
It's 5:30. Quick, turn on Fox 33.
The Simpsons get gambling fever.
I think you may have a problem.
I won $60 last night.
Woohoo! Problem solved.
The Simpsons, Thursday at 8, 7 Central.
We'll be right back.
Wilma, I'm home! We will rock you! Yabba dabba doo! We will waka waka
The Flintstones.
It doesn't get any better than this.
Rated PG. Yabba Dabba Do It this Friday.
Do you believe in magic? And I hope you do.
Doo-doo-be-doo.
You'll always have a friend wearing big red shoes. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic?
Things have gone wacky at McDonald's.
I'm hungry.
So what else is new?
Now in a Happy Meal, you can get one of 8 wacky Animaniacs toys that pops up and down or goes round and round.
May we take your order, please?
Thanks. We're starved.
One toy with each Animaniacs Happy Meal you buy.
4 days until the exciting conclusion of Red Planet, Saturday morning on Fox.
Now back to our show. We'll be right back.
That's wild.
The Tom and Jerry kids will turn your world upside down.
How the heck did he do that?
They're unstoppable. Watch the Tom and Jerry Kids Show weekday afternoons on Fox.
The vast space communications network. When there's a problem out here, it's up to DeVry graduate Daryl Freewall to solve it. He's an engineering troubleshooter for Hughes Aircraft Company. At DeVry, you learn more than technology. You get a degree, a broad-based education you can apply on the job every day.
The knowledge and training I got from DeVry gave me the skills and confidence I needed to succeed.
Call 1-800-247-7800. Day and evening classes available. DeVry, we're serious about success.
Boring restaurants versus Chuck E. Cheese's. Their food. Chuck E.'s food. Their host. Our host. Their games. Chuck E.'s games. Their prizes. Chuck E.'s prizes. Why go to a boring restaurant when you can go to Chuck E.'s? Next time Mom says, let's eat out. Remember, Chuck E. Cheese, please. The restaurant where a kid can be a kid.
Recruit, we're under attack. I'm Marsala and you're assigned to my rapid assault E-frame. Climb aboard, cyberjack on, close armor canopy. Launch the floating ranges to survey the battlefield. 1 o'clock, an amphibious assault E-frame.
This is General Shiva, you finished traitor.
Incoming Neo-Sapien missiles. Let's hit them with a turbosonic rocket. Direct hit. The Neo-Sapiens are retreating. Nice shooting, recruit. You've just earned your place in Exo Squad.
Now back to our show.
Yes!
This is only a test. And this is a commercial.
Last time those guys said I wasn't good enough, but this time Tony and I are ready.
Go to the back end and then shoot. That away.
Winners practice hard and eat smart, like this complete breakfast, including the sweet crunch of Kellogg's Frosted Flakes.
They're great.
Can I play?
Oh no, Candy.
Here it goes.
This kid's better than you.
And you.
Come along with me, got cooking fun for you. With my Barbie doll kitchen, making food is fun to do. I'll make glitter fish, how about some cheese? Use my pasta maker, a sundae, please. So let's cook up a glitter lunch, even bake a cake. Barbie doll kitchen is really great. With my Barbie doll kitchen, I'm cooking up fun with you.
Barbie Doll Kitchen comes with glitter dough and molds to make all kinds of play food. You put it together, Barbie Doll's not included.
Weekday afternoons on Fox. Batman's getting busy. He's gonna jump.
Take 'em, boys.
Jolt. Fly. Fling. Swing. Swoop. Dive. And drive. All you have to do is hang on.
We'll end this on a high note.
Get ready for action. Don't miss Batman the Animated Series, weekday afternoons on Fox.
4 days until the exciting conclusion of Red Planet Saturday morning on Fox.
And now, back to our show.
Kids, join Taz for whirlwind action.
What an idea!
And non-stop fun.
It makes my web toes tingle.
Watch Tasmania Saturday morning on Fox.
And now a message from the Power Rangers.
Give me it. Leave me alone. Give me it. Now what you did, you stupid little... Wow, Power Rangers.
You know, there's better ways for you to deal with your anger.
My little brother always takes me off.
Come on, you need to get away from the thing that's making you angry. Then you can count to 10 and cool off.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Good thing we wear helmets.
Still mad? Try releasing your anger through physical activity.
If that doesn't work, you can go someplace where you know you'll be alone and you can shout out your anger.
It's okay to be angry, but it's important to express it responsibly.
You know, Evan, you really make me angry when you try and take my stuff. Sorry for losing my cool.
New Bubble Boppers. One makes battling sounds, the other makes beautiful sounds.
Make the bubbles disappear. Hey, Switchel here.
Don't just pop them, Bubble Bop them. New Bubble Boppers with battle sounds and beautiful sounds. Each sold separately, bubbles and batteries not included.
Now, take your most powerful forces anywhere.
Let's do it.
You need the miniest, mightiest heroes of them all. You need the best. The military muscle men.
Awesome attack vehicle. Combat copters, fire! Gotcha. Swamp Viper, let's go. Attack jet to the rescue.
Powerful attack vehicles with firing missiles and vibrosonic action and sound. Pumped up, scales down. A pocket full of power. Military muscle men.
I think I know why kids love me Lucky Charms so much. They're marshmallow maniacs.
Gotcha, Lucky Charms! With marshmallow clovers and marshmallow moons.
It's no wonder they make Lucky Charms part of their complete breakfast. They're marshmallow maniacs. If you're a marshmallow maniac, these stick-on patches let everyone know.
I'm rooting for balloonies.
They're Marshmallow Mania patches. I'm stark crazy. 8 different fun patches to collect. 1 free in each marked box of Lucky Charms.
It's the year's most controversial new show.
It's my mom. She keeps it locked up in her closet.
And tonight, in a special 1-hour presentation.
I like to roll up on those fools who killed my brother more.
Just skipped into town, but the very best thing of all, there's a counter on this ball. So skip it.
New and improved Skip It from Tiger Toys.
Kellogg's Pop-Tarts are popping up. So cool, they're hot, so hot. The taste of real fruit, real hot. They taste so cool, so cool. They're hot, so hot. They're cool. Ooh.
Holy Jesus. Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, everyone. I hope everybody's having a fantastic week so far. The weekend is coming soon. It is good to see everyone. I hope everyone is chilling, feeling as good as I am right now. I'm in a real good mood at the moment. Just been having a decent day. It's pleasant. And I gotta admit, it started off on a good note when I went to bed because I read this fantastic article. And I knew what was gonna happen. I knew what was gonna happen. Y'all are leaving comments talking about she's gonna take it like a compliment. She's gonna try and twist it. Oh, and your fucking heads are exploding and you're freaking out, and it's just relax. Calm down. We're here to just have fun, folks. We're here to, don't ruin it for yourself. It's a fun thing that happened, and we're going to point it out. We're going to enjoy it. We're going to go over it. Now I'm going to read this article. It's a long article, okay? But the reason why I'm going to read the whole thing, okay? And full disclosure, guys, all right? I ate a whole gummy of THC hybrid, both indica and sativa, and it might be getting the better of me, okay? Just full disclosure, all right? So as I read this thing, cut me some slack, okay? Cut me some slack, all right? But we're going to have a good time. But the reason why I'm going to read this whole thing, okay? The reason why I'm going to read this entire article is simply because it is extremely informative. Not just the fact that, hold on, Patricia Sell, thank you so much. I like your other opening better. Sorry. I mean, I'm going to keep remaking them, and, so yeah. This is extremely informative article. And when I posted it in community, and I want to go ahead and give a shout out and a thank you to Mystery Maven ESQ. She's an attorney, friend of the channel. Really, I mean, she's both a criminal or both a defense and prosecuting attorney as far as her experience goes. And she follows these things, and she did a in a live stream or an interview and premiered it with the sister of Maura Murray, who went missing years and years ago. And then there's the Engage with Empathy hashtag, which I keep forgetting to actually add, and I need to start doing that. But there's the Engage with Empathy hashtag, and for her to stumble onto this, because I don't read Vanity Fair, but the thing is you're not getting trash from Vanity Fair for the most part, from what I see. The celebrities tend to actually like talking to Vanity Fair because they don't tend to misquote them, and they seem to be a reputable entertainment news source. And this article, this very, very in-depth, thoughtful article to the people of Moscow, Idaho, I thought was really, really well done. And I'm going to go ahead and read it out of respect for the person who wrote the article, because the beauty in this article is not just that they called out BHB by name. It's not just that, folks, but it's that they talk about, it's finally, in my eyes, finally a very large platform talking about this issue, talking about misinformation and things being spread on the internet, and how this affects families, how this affects loved ones of victims, and I think that I think it's great that now the attention on that this issue is now actually becoming an issue in the eyes of the mainstream. And hopefully they don't look at all of us YouTubers as the bad guys because of people like VHB. And yes, big shout out to Deets in the Streets too, who made that incredible video on JLR. It's very well written article. They what they discuss at the end is very important, right? That's why I'm going to read it all the way through. So again, disclaimer, heads up, okay? I got a fucking ring light in my face and I'm baked, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and read this thing. So it's titled In Cold Blood, Idaho Murders as a Small Town Grapples with Sinister Rumors. Media's true crime obsession grows. While social media puts forth speculation and false information, channels like News Nation are making a name in true crime coverage. And it says Corner Club owner Mark Trivelpiece was starting to hate reporters. As a rule, he condemns violence. Anyone who throws punches in the Corner Club gets booted. Now, I want you guys to know I can't see the chat right now because I'm reading. I've got the screen pulled up. So if I miss anything important, I apologize. If I miss any super chats, I apologize. I will do my best to go back and go over them. But yeah, just a heads up, I can't see the chat right now. Anyone who throws punches in the Corner Club gets booted. But 3 weeks into the media storm surrounding the murders of 4 college kids in his town, Trivelpiece was beginning to think that people don't get punched in the face enough. Read part 1 of this story on the lives of the 4 murdered college kids in Idaho and that of their alleged killer. On November 13th, Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Kaylee Gonsalves, and Maddie Mogan had been stabbed to death in the girls' off-campus house in Moscow, home to the University of Idaho. Trivelpiece's bar is where 2 of the victims, Gonsalves and Mogan, spent their last evening on Earth. When the murders made news, the media swarmed. And Trivelpiece's business in particular came under siege. I want the Corner Club to be famous, he said, but not for this. When reporters barged in talking about the murders in such a casual way, Trivelpiece was like, whatever you guys want to talk about at home is fine, but their friends, the victims, are sitting right there. So let's not do this. He turned down location fees from NBC, ignored calls from TMZ, banished journalists from as far away as the London Telegraph, but they kept coming. Someone claiming to be from Fox News recently followed a Corner Club employee's roommate to work. Wow. Like other Moscow business owners, Trivelpiece's workforce and customer base are heavily composed of students who make up about half the town's population. After the murders, Fox estimated that 25 to 40% of those students fled home. There was a killer on the loose, but Trivelpiece wondered if media harassment played a role in the mass exodus. How many students aren't going to come back because Fox News is sitting out in front of their house? Trivelpiece knew I was media as soon as I walked into his bar. The tell was not just that he didn't recognize me. Trivelpiece isn't great with names, he says, but he knows most patrons by the drink orders. Busch Light, pint, whiskey, and Coke. Keeps his straws. But more so that newcomers usually take a moment to admire the impressive collection of sports memorabilia, whereas my eyes went straight to the security cameras. Before agreeing to speak to me, he asked for my driver's license and said about making sure that I was not with Fox News. We're in mourning and we're a small town and we know what's going to happen, he said to me. You guys are going to go home and you're going to write your story. And if you write something that maybe puts us in a negative light, it doesn't matter to you, but it matters to us. And we have to sit around and deal with the repercussions of that and explain to the rest of the community I was misquoted, or, they didn't understand what I was saying. And we don't want to do that. We just want to be there for each other right now. The bar's only rule was don't be an asshole. In a single day, Triple Peace had thrown out 11 reporters. The problem was he could not throw out the invisible army of internet trolls who followed those reporters, and exponentially more of them flocked to his social media pages and the pages of his employees every time Corner Club was mentioned in the news. He read Reddit threads that painted Moscow as dark, depressing town because the sun set at 4:30 p.m. Well, we didn't fucking choose when or where our time zone borders are, Triple P said. This guy reminds me of almost every bartender, male or female, that I've ever known. Triple P said someone, Mike Gambali, had left a Google review of the bar saying, "These girls, Kaylee and Maddie, told me the food is to die for." Triple P's staff member, Adam, was doxxed and harassed after news networks aired security camera footage of Gonsalves and Mogan walking around downtown Moscow talking about someone named Adam. Wow. Yeah, we know what BHB did with that footage too. Completely and totally just, was dead wrong on her theories. They want to click on their TikTok or their YouTube or whatever, said Triple Peace, referring to reporters and internet trolls that follow in their wake. All social media has done is make idiots realize they're not alone. Like, if you sit here and wonder, I mean, real quick, let me hang out with you guys here for just a second. If you think about it, like, this is the opposite of what they're being described as when one of these morons like JLR, one of these morons like BHB roll up on a bar, start asking questions, and then they start to say things like, "Oh, well, they were really glad to see us. They were telling us how great it was that we were coming into their town and helping them out." And they never seem to get this shit on camera. You know what I mean? But here is exactly, like, this is the guy speaking more or less for the town. You know what I mean? Like, this is where they go, right? Anybody who drinks in that area, that's where they go to kick it. And every time some jackass with a camera or pointing his camera phone comes in asking stupid, fucking insensitive, shitty questions about people that they don't know, the people that these people are mourning over, this is what they feel like. He's expressing this now publicly. This is the bartender of the local bar, the owner, and he is like, "You motherfuckers." And it's Vanity Fair, not him, that's referring to anybody out there as an internet troll. Specifically, not, "Hey, online sleuths." They didn't word it like that. They didn't say online sleuths. They didn't say protesters. They didn't say anything of that nature. Online trolls. Absolutely no fucking respect for what BHB was doing out there. And you can guarantee, okay, if they're going to name her by name in there, which we'll get to, we just haven't gotten that far in the article yet. If they're going to name her by name in that, that means that they did all their homework on her. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. To be able to say something the way that they did, because otherwise that would put BHB in a fucking uproar. Because the thing about it is, it's just plain true. Welcome, Zam. It's just plain true. What they're saying, it can't be considered slander because it's fucking true. Any judge that looks at that and looks at BHB's footage is going to go, I see an online troll. What are we doing here? So just keep that in mind. Okay. But it really sucks. It really sucks, you know, because there's a lot of creators out there, true crime creators, that deserve respect. And now everybody is being lumped up in this article along with BHB. And that's fine for now. For now. Let me just go ahead and continue here. Patricia Sell, thank you. I love you too. Appreciate that. It goes on to say other local businessmen faced similar scrutiny. My shit is bad right now with these assholes, texted Triple Piece's buddy Jeff Smitty Smith, who owns Moscow Bagel and Deli down the road. So his homie, who just owns a bagel shop, dude. My man just owns a bagel shop. He's just trying to get his fucking business on. He's trying to turn that dollar selling bagels. Is there anything more fucking wholesome than that? And he texts the bartender, dude, who he's homies with, and he's like, my shit is bad right now with these assholes. This is how the town feels. At the time, Smith wasn't paying twice the price for 20% less profit at night. He decided to keep his store double-staffed after dark, hoping to make his young employees feel safer and insulate them from the ongoing media harassment. Instead, the store was getting bombarded and borderline terrorized. In Smith's words, by acolytes of YouTube psychic Reverend Donna Serafina, wow, who told her then 46,400 subscribers that the Moscow murderer, whoever that was at the time, there were no suspects or arrests. Baked his own bread at a bread place, possibly owned by said murderer's parents. Since posting the video, Serafina has gained more than 10,000 subscribers. I remember this. I remember hearing that, dismissing it immediately. So here's this guy, and you got a bunch of fucking morons that are making this guy out to be the killer because he owns a bread spot. Unreal. So he goes on to say, I don't make my own bread, Smith corrected them. I have a son. I've never married. Never had I don't have a son. I've never married, never had a child. But it was no use. The messages and comments and posts proliferated. Visits to the company Facebook page soared from 243 to 231,038. For failing to turn in his non-existent son, Smith received a suspicious catering order from Douchey Coward Incorporated. I mean, at least they were honest about their name. You know what I mean? Yes, whoever did that is a douchey coward. Triple Piece, a University of Idaho alum, was hanging out with his bulldogs, Matilda and Sarge, when one of his... So, all right. So this guy's got two bulldogs and they're named Matilda and Sarge. So you know this guy does not take any bullshit at his bar. You know this guy is going to tell you what he's thinking. And Vanity Fair chose the right dude to talk to. I love it. When one of his buddies reached out to say the Corner Club was on TV again, this time on News Nation's Banfield, hosted by Ashley Banfield, whom readers might remember from her MSNBC coverage of the 9/11 attacks, and who is now more Soto Voss Nancy Grace. It was December 12th, a news banner read, Day 29, killer still on the loose. Now, real quick, let me rewind. Okay. I love how you see how Vanity Fair is slick here. They know this is just good writing. They know how to like write something. This is what, when we get to the BHB stuff, you'll see what I mean, why I find this so humorous. Because there's a subtle thing here. They're kind of throwing shade at Ashley Banfield. You know what I mean? Like, she's more like Nancy Grace. We all know Nancy Grace is biased. We know, you know what I mean? Like, oh, not the smartest people in the world actually take what Nancy Grace says as gospel when she's talking about cases. So now there are people who do, and they're going to look at that as a compliment. Vanity Fair is very smart. Patricia Sell, thank you again. Oscar Garcia, member for 14 months. Wow, thank you. Welcome to Logic. So I know they're throwing shade at Ashley Banfield here. I know they are. It's just that there's no way to prove that. So it's really funny by comparing her to Nancy Grace, since I think Nancy Grace is a joke. You know what I mean? It was December 12th. A news banner read, "Day 29, killer is still on the loose." Banfield's somber face was left in a I don't know that word, of live shots opposite the slideshow of the corner club, this side of the building. That side of the building, the neon business sign. Stage center, 37-year-old News Nation reporter Brian Enton, a tan, attractive man with the thick gray hair. The corner club, Banfield intoned, that's where Kylie and Maddie were. Yeah, Enton looked somber. I've been there. There are a lot of cameras there. There were cameras on the outside and cameras on the inside, as far as I can tell. I went inside. The bartender wouldn't talk, but I saw the cameras with my own eyes. Idiot, Triple Piece thought. Oh my God, this is the funniest shit in the world, dude. Because this article is just painting the picture. Somebody could actually dramatize this situation, and it would be fucking hilarious. There are movies that have been made from articles. It has happened. The movie Pushing Tin with Billy Bob Thornton and John Cusack about air traffic controllers, that was based on an article. So Enton's, I just love this. Enton's sitting there looking all fucking, you know, and they're making him look out. They're making Enton look like the dude from Die Hard, you know, except Enton never gets punched in the face. You know what I mean? Not that he should. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying they're kind of painting that picture, because Triple Piece, the bartender, is just kind of sitting back there going, fucking idiot. Watching this guy be Brian Enton. It's just such a funny scenario to picture. When Enton descends on a town, he brings with him more than 444,200 Twitter followers and counting, nearly 8 times the size of Serafina's fan base. Many of them started following Enton over the course of his 2021 reporting on Gabby Petito. Prior to that, Enton had about 20,000 followers. Enton's reporting on Petito also earned him the nickname News Daddy. In a Reddit subs devoted to him, Enton's fans rave News Daddy is the only daddy you need, and dude grinds for sure. On November 28th, 15 days after the murders, Enton arrived in Moscow and drove straight to the crime scene in the huge black rented SUV he called the Big Premium Daddy. In weeks prior, he'd been chasing candidates and stuff like Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock. Enton didn't mind covering politics, but acknowledged that they were not my passion. Part of what he likes about the crime stuff, Enton told me, is that it tends to be apolitical, especially when the crime is unsolved. This, he said, referencing the murders, is a little bit of a break from that. At 12:24 a.m., Enton opened Twitter Live. Multicolored hearts exploded from the lower right of the screen. Comments unfurled. Hi from Maryland. You're the best reporter ever, Australia. Hey, everybody, Enton said. He kept his iPhone camera angled at the crime scene. Police line do not cross tape wrapped around the property, draped across stones and poles and trees and garbage cans over fuse boxes and door jams. I just wanted to get on here real quick, just let you guys know that we made it to Moscow, he told his followers. This is the house where the murders happened. Had to be inside job, the comments are saying. Please find out where Jackass lives and let's give it a visit. Enton's followers meant Jack Showalter, a University of Idaho student who'd walked Mogan and Gonzalez from the corner club to a food truck hours before their deaths. Now, remember that guy? Now web sleuths are convinced that Showalter was the killer. Moscow police had not dignified the conspiracy by naming Showalter, referencing him on the King Road homicide updates page as male and grub truck surveillance video under the heading, as we like to call on this channel, hoodie guy, hashtag free hoodie guy. Under the heading, at the time in the investigation, detectives do not believe the following are involved in this crime. In just a few days, News Nation would send a producer to Showalter's house where a neighbor allegedly intercepted that producer and sent him away. So extreme was the harassment both on and offline that the whole neighborhood seemed to be rallying around the family. Before signing off, Enton reminded his followers there's a murderer on the loose. Over the next 2 weeks, Enton maintained a solemn tone, staring at the camera while snow accumulated on his shoulders, and forced himself to look comfortable, even though, just like during his hurricane and tropical storm coverage, he'd reported on Ian, Sally, Michael, Irma, Matthew, Hermine, Dorian, Etta, Laura, Ida, and Erica. He almost felt like he was going to die. Half of it is just like stamina, Enton said. It's not about being smart. Despite his long johns, which Enton was still getting used to, it's just such a weird thing, he said, shuffling his feet. Like, my legs are so cozy and I feel like a penguin. He was freezing. So was his cameraman, Mo Moran, their producer, Lauren Powell, and sucked on a fireball to stay warm. Between segments on Banfield, they retreated for warmth to the Daddy Wagon, where they listened to their team anthem, Kiss from a Rose. The SUV was a tangle of paper towels, hand warmers, liquid Robitussin, and Powell's bags of hard candy. Enton refused her offer of a lollipop, remembering that time he'd reported live outside of Mar-a-Lago with a green tongue. On December 4th, I flew to Moscow to watch Enton's first ever special. I'm going to be much better to talk to after today, he promised me. I'm kind of crazy right now. Like, I'm nervous. When I asked if he usually feels nervous before live shows, he shook his head. Normally, I do feel normal. In his hotel room, Enton prepared for the special while Fox News played on TV. He also kept something on, toggling between stations to make sure nobody else was getting the scoop. For now, Enton was safe. The Fox pundits were shouting about how reparations for slavery are racist. This is when I'm about to start getting crazy, so don't judge me for like the next 4 hours, Enton reminded me. He proceeded to rehearse his lines, cycling through salt and vinegar chips while typing and muttering shit or fuck. Live in Moscow, Enton drilled. Moscow, outsiders pronounced it Moscow, but locals said outsiders pronounced it Moscow, but locals said Moscow. I've learned that the hard way, Enton said. I asked what it would take for him to leave Moscow and go someplace else. Enton thought about it. I mean, I hate to say it. This is fucked up. So Enton says, I mean, I hate to say it. A really bad school shooting or a plane crash, like something. And then Moran says catastrophic. And Powell's like, yeah. And Enton agrees and says catastrophic. Later outside that. Now, again, here's the thing. borderline a legitimate news source. You know what I mean? They are they are reporters. They are technically reporters, okay? So it makes sense. I mean, that is literally their job. So it makes sense. The more catastrophic the thing, it makes sense. That would be, it just sucks to hear somebody say, like, yeah, the only way I'm going to get out of here and quit covering this is if if there's like a real bad school shooting. Like they had to, like, he specified real bad. Like he was like, it's got to be a real bad school shooting. It can't be like just like a security guard gets shot in the arm and he lives. Can't be that. Like people got to be like fucking murdered. Kids, everybody's got to be murdered to get me to get out of this fucking, stop covering this case. Because the whole world is talking about it. So that makes sense. It's shitty. It's shitty, but it makes sense. You know, I mean, it's fucking the EPA guy from Ghostbusters and Die Hard. That's I don't know his name, but he was the EPA guy. You know, he was like, "Tell me, Mr. Venkman, what is the magic word?" Mr. Venkman, no, you had your chance. All this is getting shutting down. All this is getting shut down. So, I'm going to be much better to talk to after today, he promised me. I'm kind of crazy right now. Like, I'm nervous. When I ask if he usually feels nervous before a live show, he shook his head. Normally, I feel normal. I think I already read that. I did already read that. Later outside the crime scene, Enton swiped foundation under his eyes like war paint. Like you just picture and you hear like Rambo music playing and Enton's like right in front of the mirror putting the fucking foundation on his face. Like war paint. This is so funny. Later outside, he foundation his eyes like war paint and braced himself for the show to start. Does my hood look right? He asked. Sometimes I think it looks weird. After some consideration, he decided against wearing earmuffs. All right, guys, Enton said, let's do this. It's going to be good. Lock and load. Moments later, he was on the air recapping the crime for anyone just tuning in. A nightmare for this town, a nightmare they just cannot wake up from. Enton's Idaho murder mystery special report contained exclusive interviews and one shocking detail. Gonzalez's injuries were significantly more brutal than Mogan's. In the absence of any new updates from police, sleuths took off running with what Enton had to offer. Internet sleuths are on the case, Enton said in his special. We are talking about the armchair detectives, people who sift through social media for any possible clue. And in the vacuum of information from Moscow police, their voices are louder than ever. Web sleuths earned their moniker in 1999 on a site by the same name, but their movement arguably reached a pinnacle during the 2010-2012 crime at the center of Don't Fuck with Cats, a docuseries about the online manhunt for Luca Magnotta, who posted videos of himself killing cats before graduating to homicide. In that case, sleuths succeeded where police had failed, bolstering their reputation as capable detectives. According to media scholars, historical examples such as Magnotta helped to fuel a fantasy further energized by the rise of participatory media culture. The audience members are viewers with that job to do. Since then, crime reporters have been in competition with a new breed of paparazzo. While reporting on Petito from her killer's lawn, Enton found himself shoulder to shoulder with vigilante civilians and social media influencers like Bullhorn Betty, who would later upload 3 videos about one of the Moscow victim's surviving roommates, featuring a thumbnail image of Xana Kernodle's face with the words, "Why didn't you save me?" in all caps. Like many sleuths, Betty's methods seem unscrupulous. She reports, quote unquote, it is in quotes, she reports rumors and perpetuates harassment of innocent people. Let me say that again. She reports rumors and perpetuates harassment of innocent people. But for practical reasons, Etten has needed to find a way to coexist with people like her. Betty, remember? Wait, do you remember when you were standing there and you were live and Brian Etten was like, "Bullhorn Betty," and then like kept on walking, even though you were like, "Hey, what's up? And you were like riding his jock, but he was like, "Bullhorn Betty," kept on walking. That is exactly why. It's explained right here. Patricia Sell, thank you. I happen to be looking at chat right now. It's explained right here. Let me read that again. Now I can't see chat again, so sorry. For practical reasons, Enton has needed to find a way to coexist with people like her. Because it doesn't do any good to just be like, fuck you, because all he needs is her fucking protesting everywhere this guy goes. You know, that's all that fucking dude needs is Betty showing up everywhere this guy shows up and fucking making his life more difficult, making it more difficult for him to report and do his job. So it makes sense for him to be like, "Hey, Bullhorn Betty." He says, "I just want to get my job done every day," he told me, refusing to speak ill of Betty. In part, he jokes, because I don't want her showing up to my house with a bullhorn. Oh my God. So straight up, he's like, I don't want her. He's told Vanity Fair, Brian Etten, after he was like, "Bullhorn Betty," they were like, "What's up with that?" And Brian Etten's like, "I don't want her showing up to my fucking house with a bullhorn, dude." Oh my God, dude. That shit was fucking beautiful. Hold on. I gotta smoke this little half a cigarette and I'll look over chat real quick and I'll keep going. What's up, Jason Juice? Oh man, this is so much fun. We're like halfway through this article, I think, but it's such a well-written article. Like, dude, that's so funny to me. Dude, oh my God, bro. What is with your avatar? That is the funniest shit. I don't know who that is, but it's funny as fuck because they got Betty's hair. Is that you with Betty's hair in your avatar? I don't know, Calamity Jade, but you always manage to make it, so I appreciate it. I'm really grateful for that. All right. Let's just keep going with this because this is a long article. So you know what? Only because just because it makes me happy. I'm gonna read the whole Bullhorn Betty segment again. Since then, crime reporters have been in competition with a new breed of paparazzo. While reporting on Petito from her killer's lawn, Etten found himself shoulder to shoulder with vigilante civilians. and social media influencers like Bullhorn Battery Betty, who would later upload 3 videos about one of the Moscow victim's surviving roommates, featuring a thumbnail image of Xana Kernodle's face with the words, "Why didn't you save me?" Like many sleuths, Betty's methods seem unscrupulous. She reports rumors and perpetuates harassment of innocent people. I'm going to read that again. She reports, quote unquote, reports rumors and perpetuates harassment of innocent people. But for practical reasons, Enton has needed to find a way to coexist with people like her. I just want to get my job done every day, he told me, refusing to speak ill of Betty. In part, he jokes, because I don't want her showing up to my house with a bullhorn. Hold on, I saw this super chat come through 1 second. Ben Dreamin, you are so baked. I'm dying. Yeah, I am. This is the funniest shit in the world. This is, yeah, hilarious to me right now. Thank you. So, more seriously, Enton said that it's not up to him whether sleuths have earned their place among trained reporters. The reality is that our digital ecosystem elevates the voices of specialists and enthusiasts alike. At the end of the day, they're still going to be here, he said. I'm still going to be here, which is a great attitude for him to have. It's a great thing. I mean, as a response to people like her, you know, he also acknowledged the good. He said specialists and enthusiasts alike, you know, and at the end of the day, they're still going to be here. Hey, I'm still going to be here. This is what I'm trying to say, people. Before I continue reading this, just to focus on the little BHB aspect of this right here. The thing about that is I'm not trying to shut anybody down. Okay? That's not what my goal here is, because it doesn't stop someone from being who they are. They'll find another way. Look at JLR. He's always going to find some way to troll and be a fucking shithead. Just some way to be a shithead. He's always going to find a way to do it. But the thing is when somebody like Vanity Fair shines a light on her, okay? Patricia Sell, thank you. Good job. Laughing my ass off. Thank you. If somebody like Vanity Fair shines a light on creators like her and shines a light on the good ones too, right? That's what happens, is it's going to affect the market, because these people aren't going anywhere. And these people always talk about their First Amendment rights, and I agree with them as far as that goes. And I will always fight for their First Amendment rights. As an American, as a patriot, I believe in their First Amendment rights. Absolutely. But I choose, instead of going and trying to censor someone or shut them down, and this is a response to some comments that have been left. And I understand what you're saying. And I understand that you're saying that it's coming from a good place, a place where you realize how dangerous what they're doing is. And I'm just saying that I respectfully disagree with the method. We agree on what type of creator these people are. We agree on that, but we disagree on the method. See, I choose to deal with people like this by exercising my First Amendment right, by speaking about them, by bringing awareness. And yes, through humor, through whatever, but by bringing awareness. And when there's the one outlook where people are like, well, you know, why give them any attention? You're not going to stop them from getting the attention. You know, I say give them more attention. See, that's where I'm at, because there was nothing actually positive said about Bullhorn Betty in this article. There was absolutely nothing positive. Enton's response was just, they're here. They're here. They're not going anywhere. So why should I fucking put myself through some shit? You know? Like he wouldn't say, yes, as a reporter, as somebody who went to school, who busted my ass to be taken seriously as a reporter. Yes, it bothers me. Of course. But he's not going to say that because he's a classy dude. But he is going to say, hey, they're here. And they're not going anywhere. And I'm not going anywhere. Is what it is. But what happens is the people will make up their own mind because the majority of people are good. I truly still believe that. And I believe these people getting to the point that they imagine in their mind, once they get there, it's not going to come out the way that they imagined. Once everyone knows who they are, her sitting there and going, when this thing comes into fruition, Patricia Sell, thank you again. When this thing comes into fruition, where everybody knows Bullhorn Betty's name, they know who Bullhorn Betty is, blah, blah, blah. Once that actually happens, people are going to see her for what she is. And she's going to be a joke. And people aren't going to donate money to her. She's going to be known as the what not to do in true crime. Right now, Vanity Fair basically worded this little segment of their article dedicated to her as to what not to do as a true crime creator. Clearly, like it couldn't have been more clear, which I find really, really funny. I am going to continue reading. Something else began to happen during the Petito case, too. I just started to hear like cha-ching, cha-ching. Strangers were sending Enton random amounts of money on Venmo, a standard source of income for sleuths like Bullhorn Betty, which would have been fine if Enton were self-employed, but he had a salary job at News Nation. $20 rolled in before he could figure out how to set his Venmo to private. Despite his professional, now right there, you know, he's like, yeah, that's not why I'm doing this. I already get paid. I got a job, a real job. I got a job and it pays me. I don't need your Venmos. Despite his professional use of Twitter, Enton is the first to admit that he's not exactly internet savvy. He doesn't have a TikTok account and seemed surprised to hear that there were TikToks about him. He had never visited Reddit. Have you ever been on Reddit? It's like really popular, right? Another time he commented to me, Nextdoor, have you ever heard of that app? I've never heard of that app. Once he referenced web sleuths as the internet people when asked whether he thought sleuths might be causing more harm than good. And answered, I really think that 99, he caught himself. He caught himself. That's literally what it says right here, by the way. I'm going to read that one more time. When asked whether he thought sleuths might be causing more harm than good, Enton answered, I really think that 99, and then caught himself. Well, maybe not 99, but like 90% of the web sleuths have good intentions. It's a common misconception that sleuths solved Petito's murder. In reality, sleuthing helped police focus the search for Petito's body, but it's a stretch to say amateur sleuths found her, as Isaac West, an associate professor at Vanderbilt University and author of The Serial Effect, The True Crime and Contemporary American Culture, says people are participating in a social drama. People, I'm going to read that again. Isaac West, an associate professor, okay, basically an expert at Vanderbilt University and author of The Serial Effect, True Crime and Contemporary American Culture. He says, people are participating in a social drama, but their participation and achieving justice are disconnected. One is not causing the other. I can't tell you how many times I've said this, not in those words, but on this channel. Yet sleuths persist in the belief that they are heroes. As Lacey Meeks, follower count 1,273, tweeted during the Moscow murders investigations, "For the love of God, I wish Moscow PD would provide us, the finders of Gabby Petito, with info." Murder investigations happen on a microscopic level. After graduating from the police academy, a grueling process that involves physically demanding drills and literal obstacle courses, an aspiring homicide detective undergoes years of training. To denigrate this process may partly reflect society's growing discomfort with law enforcement. There have been many instances of police murdering civilians. Fearing them makes sense, but considering oneself more capable of solving a quadruple homicide from afar using only a computer speaks to a larger delusion that online we can do anything, get rich, become famous, lead revolutions, diagnose ourselves with rare diseases, and solve mysteries. I fucking love that entire paragraph. Only a week after the murder, so many damaging rumors swirled on social media that Moscow police issued an update saying, "We urge reliance on official channels for accurate information." Instead, trolls and social media stalkers harassed young reporters at the Argonaut, U of I's student newspaper. The Idaho Capital Sun reported, as Enton made his way through Moscow, sleuths spread untrue rumors that Mogan had bullied her freshman roommate into suicide and that stabbings were an act of revenge carried out 2 days before what would have been the dead girl's birthday. Others claimed one of the girl's neighbors, Jeremy, was the culprit. Why else would he give interviews to the reporters camped outside? Hoping to set the record straight, Jeremy did more interviews and voluntarily provided his DNA to police. Yet the so-called sleuthing intensified to a point where he felt it necessary to carry a pistol for protection. TikToker Ashley Goulard, aka Ashley Solves Mysteries, who claims to crack crimes using tarot cards, uploaded 6 TikTok videos accusing U of I professor Rebecca Schofield, who was in Oregon when the murders occurred, of not having a sexual relationship, of not only having a sexual relationship with one of the victims, but of ordering a hitman to carry out the stabbings. As a result, Goulard's followers unleashed on Schofield with such intensity that she grew concerned for her children's safety. Eventually, Schofield filed a lawsuit, which is still unfolding, but Goulard has refused to back down, saying, "I am not stopping." Enton had mixed feelings about social media. On one hand, he relied on his followers for tips that broke news. He used Twitter to broadcast updates, which he referred to as nuggets. At the same time, he feared getting canceled, both figuratively, like all it takes is one mistake, everybody could turn on me, and existentially, as in straight up disappeared, like in the crime stories he covered. Sometimes, while covering unsolved homicides like the Moscow murders, Enton pictured the killer watching him, getting angry, wanting revenge. What if they kidnapped him? It soothed him to know that if he did go missing, I would have a really good army of people trying to find me. After the special, Enton's fans fixated on his stuffed up voice, messaging to ask whether he was sick or if it were merely allergies. A private investigator texted to say that Enton's eyes looked like slits and he should try Robitussin. Sleuths posted screenshots of the segment, claiming Enton wasn't really in Moscow at all, that the snow was fake, and that he had been standing in front of green screen. On Reddit, people debated whether News Daddy was a real journalist or just another influencer. Total waste of 42 minutes. Some under Enton's tweet about the special someone whined. Days earlier, Enton had witnessed a viral score in the making. At the time, news was sagging. The networks clamored to keep the story alive by roping in commentary from former FBI agents and what Inside Edition referred to as the best-known lawyers and detectives. Enton and his team were stationed on King Road when they heard loud music, so loud, Enton said, you could hear it big time from the murder house. Colonel Gonzalez and Mogan's home was a 5-minute walk from Ethan Chapin's fraternity. Standing at the end of the girls' driveway, you could see Sigma Chi in the distance. Now, brash voices echoed across the field. The fraternity vibrated with noise. Songs played. People shouted. Brothers gathered on the deck. That's interesting. They're kind of partying it, and thought that would be something that could get a lot of attention. It was an understatement. Rumors, which would later turn out to be false, were emerging that some of Chapin's fraternity brothers had committed the murders, motivated by an ongoing feud with Kernodle and Chapin that had reignited earlier that same evening at the Sigma Chi house. People were saying that Kernodle had sexually rejected the boys in question, while Chapin had allegedly called them on their steroid use and became enraged when they could not successfully tutor him. This dubious theory gained traction on 4chan, an unmoderated site where users relish in misogyny. I'd like to stab her with my dick, someone posted in reference to the Moscow murders, and racism in the same thread. The N-word appears 23 times. Enton thought back to his own college years. He was goofy. He drank. Footage of the Sigma Chi party would spotlight his reporting, if only for a day, and gain him even more followers. But it would also change a bunch of college kids' future. Sleuths could easily track down the photos, names, and addresses for everyone in the fraternity, canceling kids on the cusp of professional life. Enton felt sorry for them. In the end, he decided not to take the shot. He knew why were they partying, or who knew why they were partying. It might have been for Chapin. Everyone grieves differently. College students in particular have their own way of coping. 2 weeks after the stabbing, one of Gonzalez's good friends would post pictures of herself and a bunch of the girls smiling, showing off their new Kaylee-inspired tattoos. We're not internet sleuths. We're not working for Twitter, Enton reminded his team. We have to remember what sets us apart from the YouTubers from the Twitter. Wow. Just so you know, folks, that's not even a mainstream media source. Okay, that's a private media conglomerate. It's not even a mainstream media source. It's not a local media source of any kind. And this is what they think of YouTubers. Think about that for a second. Right there, we're hearing in Brian Enton's words what he thinks of YouTubers. A professional reporter, this is what they think. And he's at the bottom of the totem pole. He'd love to get some job at a local, NBC affiliate gig. You know what I mean? Like, he'd love that, I'm sure. But, you know what I mean? Like, imagine what they think of us, of YouTubers. I don't want to say us because I'm not really, this is kind of a true crime channel because I cover cases, but it's not exclusively one. But I know real true crime channels that really do their best and really do great work, and deserve some respect. But it's because of the shitty ones, and because there's so many. This is what they think of us all. It's really sad, Growing up in Fort Lauderdale, Enton loved America's Most Wanted, a show that invited viewers to call up a tip line and participate in the crime-solving process. The program has credited itself with helping to catch 1,186 fugitives in its 23 years on air, platforming what media scholars describe as our society's increasingly popularized and rejuvenated expectation that entertainment changes things. Wow, man, that's a lot, dude. That's almost 1,200 fugitives in 23 years just from that show, creating awareness. When Enton wasn't watching crime shows, he spent his evenings glued to local news. If he recognized the surroundings of the 5 p.m. segment, he'd beg his mom to drive him to the location so he could watch the 6 p.m. shot in person. They were like real celebrities to me, these local reporters. He especially idolized Carmel Cafero of WSVN Miami, a legend who's, that's Channel 7, dude. That's my hood. A legend whose factual yet dramatic reporting inspired his own news mantra, make it not boring. Other boys picked on him for not watching sports, quizzing him on last night's game in front of everyone. I don't think I knew I was gay. I don't even think I knew I was gay, but somehow they must have picked up on it. There you go, ladies. You're shut down. The confirmation is there. In fourth or fifth grade, he enrolled in a new school where the students put on a TV program each morning. When Enton's turn came, he invited his mom and dad to watch. He told them he'd make a lot of friends. But when he and his parents exited the school's media center after he finished the announcements, everybody booed. It was bad enough that the administration made the kids write apology letters to Enton's mom. She kept them all. Years later, Enton went to the University of Missouri, which was one of the best journalism schools in the country. As junior year approached, Enton's GPA wasn't high enough to qualify for the program, so he settled on English and worked as a local news truck driver, making $5.15 an hour. He secured his first anchoring job while still in college. Having studied local news his entire life, Enton slipped seamlessly into the work of making it himself. Though initially he struggled to be himself, trying instead to imitate Peter Jennings. Old school journalism, emotionless, he put it to me. Like, oh my God, I'm going to sound so professional, you know? That changed after Anderson Cooper's 2005 coverage of Hurricane Katrina. There was this time where he would just go from disaster to disaster, Enton recalled. I just remember being really impressed and like wanting to be him, basically. He was showing what was going on and getting really upset about it. Yeah, I remember that too. SNL did a great parody of that, actually. Known for taking risky assignments that seemed at odds with his privileged upcoming, Cooper had never covered a hurricane, but in Baton Rouge, he slid a condom over his microphone and dove right in, becoming famous for saying things like, "Excuse me, Senator, I'm sorry for interrupting. For the last 4 days, I've been seeing dead bodies in the streets. To hear politicians thanking each other and complimenting each other, literally, there was a body on the streets of this town yesterday being eaten by rats." Cooper helped popularize a reporting persona that's become standard. The emotive man, the New York Observer called him the emo anchor. Unlike his predecessors, teleprompted voices of God, Cooper stuttered, rambled, even wept. A 2005 New York profile described his style as befuddled, spooked, rambling, unhinged, and flipped out. Attributes that have come to define the 24-hour news cycle. When Cooper was rising to fame, there was so few openly gay anchors Enton could look up to, including Cooper, who didn't come out until 2012. But in the meantime, he gave male reporters like Enton permission to be themselves, to use simple language and fill the space between sound bites with other statements of fact like, "It's heartbreaking." From Missouri, Enton took a job as a local anchor in Savannah, Georgia, where he met his boyfriend of 10 years, Hunter. There, Enton was a one-man band, driving himself to crime scenes, setting up shots, and anchoring them himself, like the anchorman version of Dick Van Dyke in Mary Poppins. Yeah, and like if you've seen that movie Nightcrawler, it sounds a lot like that's what he was doing. That Jake Gyllenhaal movie Nightcrawler, just yeah, he's got his own van and camera and all that shit. A few years later came one of the highlights of Enton's career. Carmel Cafero was retiring, and WSVN Miami wanted Enton to replace her. In Miami, he covered a little bit of everything: hurricanes, car chases, alligators. When I asked what kinds of things could only happen in Florida, Enton answered without hesitation, the guy who ate the face off. I remember that. Hold on. When asked what kind of things could only happen in Florida, Enton answered without hesitation, the guy who ate his face off. Dude, that shit is crazy. The dude who ate the dude's face off. I was working on Fisher Island at the time. Okay. And I used to have to go down that causeway to get to downtown to catch the train. So I used to have to go down that causeway. And on that causeway, right where I used to go, is where some dude on bath salts attacked another dude and ate his fucking face off. Literally ate his face off. That happened. That's a fact. That happened. and is talking about, yeah, totally. Only in Florida. Only in Florida, dude. Yeah, insane. Enton nodded. Yeah, it says, if you've heard the story, you likely remember it. High on bath salts, one man attacked another and ate his face. I couldn't remember what had happened to the victim. Did that guy die? I just remember it being under a bridge. It was on a bridge. It wasn't under a bridge. It was on the causeway. Isn't Florida it's the bridge that connects downtown to South Beach. Isn't Florida also where the lady's pet chimpanzee Enton nodded ate her face off? In 2020, Enton, who is Miami-based, went national, joining familiar network news names like Chris Cuomo, Dan Abrams, and Banfield at News Nations, a startup channel. Like Enton and his hero, Cafaro, the network has a flair for the dramatic. It started as an entertainment station, playing reruns of the Blue Bloods and in the Heat of the Night. Its parent company, Nexstar, owns 75% of the CW. In fall of 2021, News Nation launched a morning show, followed 6 months later by a primetime block. The goal is a 24-hour network like CNN or Fox News. For those who can no longer stand CNN or Fox News, ooh, I love it. I've been a devotee of CNN forever. It's just so one-sided, just nonstop Trump. You just gets tired of it. It's just exhausting, said one News Nation viewer calling into Abrams' show. I got to watch CNN and my Republican husband got to watch Fox. We never would share. We can both watch News Nation. The gambit seems to be working. A representative of News Nation says they'll achieve the round the clock goal by late spring on early summer. In January, News Nation's ratings averaged 113,000 total views, its strongest month ever, up 217% from the previous year, ranking number 1 in growth and 63rd among ad-supported cable networks. For one of his first News Nation stories, Enton covered a major cyber attack on a local school district. He teetered on a stool in the middle of a causeway so that his crew could capture a generic Miami skyline in the background. Since then, Enton has covered a range of grisly stories: missing children, murdered children, national disasters. During Hurricane Ian, after he and Powell rescued a dog from a sailboat, a neighbor said, "Oh, that's like the meanest dog ever. It tried to kill my dog, but Enton cradled it in his arms anyway." Wow. While reporting on Petito, he helped launch Missing in America, a program that has drawn attention to 75 missing person cases and counting. According to News Nation producer Paige Lobdell, 20 families have received some type of closure. Sorry about that. Usually it's sad news, but 3 different cases have ended up with a lovely one found safely. Enton journeyed for work almost every week and spent 150 days a year in Marriott hotels, occurring enough points for a week with Hunter at the St. Regis in Aspen. But much like his hero, Cooper who once said, "I still to this day feel like I could feel like if I take a vacation, someone smarter and younger will take my place. There's never a point in your career that you reach that you think I'm safe. I'm here." Enton struggled to relax. He covered the Surfside condominium collapse for weeks before taking a break with Hunter and a few friends to unwind for the weekend. Be a normal human, Enton tried to remind himself. Chill the fuck out. But while his friends sat around a fire, drinking and having fun, Enton ruminated on the building's demolition. Then, feeling like a buzzkill, he took his phone to watch it happen. As it crumbled on live television, Enton's walls came down too. He started to cry, which was embarrassing given the fire and friends and the drinking, but that's what always happened. Whenever a story ended, Enton felt like this weird release. For 4 days, Enton and I ate together, stood in the cold together, and sat squashed together in the daddy wagon. And for that entire time, he remained genuinely upbeat and shockingly low maintenance, finding joy in simple pleasures like eating a ball of mystery mush that might have been mashed potatoes or something else. "I love it," he said, still not knowing what it was. "It has a little spice." He never complained, not even when a waiter served him a salad topped with walnuts, to which Enton is allergic. "I'm just picking around them." When he saw the dark hallways and bumpy rock walls in my hotel, which reminded me of a medieval torture movie, I pointed out, right, what medieval torture movies are there? I pointed out the bright side. It looked tornado-proof. Only one thing seemed to make him nervous. Me. On our first day together, he worried that I might be doing like a bad article. He met my gaze, wanting to make sure I could trust you, right? In Moscow, Enton shared turf with journalists from all over the world and took it in stride when bigger outfits bossed him around. He rolled with it when a photographer from Fox News kept calling News Nation's crew the B team, telling them where to park and where not to set up their stuff. In lieu of an apology, the photographer would later confess that he was struggling to pass a kidney stone. But Enton's crew was used to being treated like amateurs. "Everywhere we go, we're outnumbered," Enton said. Fox News in particular seemed to be everywhere all at once. It was almost like they were in the trees or dropping out of planes. They were getting interviews nobody else could, exclusives with the Moscow Police Department for what seemed to me like political reasons. At one point, a Fox News digital reporter crept up on Enton saying, "I keep having to write up your stuff. I'm always aggregating. I'm always aggregating it, which seems inappropriate because I'm at Fox. We're doing a little bit too many stories, I think. Like others from her station, she seemed eager for Enton's to know she'd lived in New York City." Enton nodded politely. "Okay, cool." She acknowledged her network's advantage over Enton, saying, "There's just so many of us here." Before leaving, she gestured at the house. "Everything's being picked dry." On December 7th, Enton went live on Twitter to discuss the Moscow Police Department's announcement that they were searching for a white Hyundai Elantra. Questions from Enton's followers peppered the screen as the live stream population ticked from 2,100 to 2,200 and upward. Enton read some of the queries out loud. "Do I have to sleep out here? No." He tried to tamp down rumors, reminding his fans that the owners of the Elantra were not being called suspects. In response, people commented, "Oh my God, I love how you say Hyundai," laughing, crying face. "Sounds like you're getting a cold. Someone get Brian a cocoa, please." Enton thought the Elantra update constituted a perfect task for hungry sleuths, an opportunity to really help. Now that the car's been identified, it's almost like they've got their mission. And here they go. Enton hoped they'd take off running and find the car. Instead, they remained fixated on his sniffly nose, trying to solve the mystery of whether Enton had allergies or a virus. "Sorry," Enton said. I wasn't wearing mittens and the cold was unbearable. My hand is starting to hurt." He signed off Twitter and shoved his hands in his pockets. They get mad when I leave. Enton's gaze drifted to the overflowing dumpster across the street. It was the sort of thing he would have reported on when he was just starting out. City fails to deal with overflowing refuse. When I asked how he'd shoot it, he clarified, if there wasn't a murder, you mean? Yeah. Enton waved for me to follow him over to it. He anchored the pretend live shot with serious enthusiasm. The trash is so high. Let me stand next to the trash. Let me show you. He positioned his body next to the dumpster for scale. If I stand here, it's literally above my head. I'm 5'8", and the trash is above my head. Dramatically, he concluded, if it wasn't this cold, imagine what this would smell like. Enton is a star, even when the news is garbage. On December 29th, a source alerted Enton that the Moscow PD would be holding an important press conference the next day. Enton felt like something big was about to erupt. See, I find that funny because I feel like after, like, if some shit happens in the news in Russia that I'm gonna end up following, I'm gonna say Moscow instead of Moscow when it's pronounced Moscow, Russia. Like, this is gonna fuck me up to that. The next morning at 8:02 a.m., he received a Twitter DM from someone in Pennsylvania law enforcement saying that a Brian Kohberger was in custody in connection with the case. After some back and forth, Enton was able to confirm it. At 8:26 a.m., Enton tweeted, an arrest has been made in the Moscow, Idaho quadruple homicide, I have learned. 16 minutes later, arrest happened early this morning in Pennsylvania. At 9:06 a.m., arrest paperwork filed in Monroe County, Pennsylvania shows 28-year-old Brian Christopher Kohberger is being held for extradition in a homicide investigation in Moscow, Idaho. On my way to Pennsylvania now. At 9:09 a.m., he tweeted Kohberger's mugshot. By 11 a.m., he was on a plane. When Enton landed, the tip had made national news. Later stationed outside the Kohbergers' gated community, Enton received another Twitter message from a woman claiming to be one of their neighbors. She offered to drive him through the gates. They met at a gas station where Enton tucked aside his fear of being kidnapped because she seemed like a nice lady. Enton got in the car. She dropped him outside the Kohberger house, which had been raided less than 24 hours before. Enton went live on Twitter. He knocked on the door. Its pane busted out by police in the raid. Behind it came a muffled voice demanding to know who Enton was. Enton introduced himself as a journalist. The voice told him to go away. He did. Over the next few days, Enton barely slept, fueled by an adrenaline rush as he chased down rumors and reported on the ones that were true. Later, he received a text message from Kaylee Gonzalez's family thanking him for the news coverage. Maybe it was exhaustion, but the text brought tears to Enton's eyes. It just feels good to know that they think I've done a good job and been respectful. It's truly so fucking incredible and has me really feeling really raw. Since Kohberger's arrest, so-called suspects like Jack Showalter, Jack DeCour, Gonzalez's ex-boyfriend, and Chapin's fraternity brothers have been exonerated by reality. Though who knows what kind of psychological or professional toll this kind of experience exacts. One of the surviving roommates, Dylan Mortensen, however, continues to withstand a huge amount of abuse. Mortensen and other surviving roommate, Bethany Funk, both named as victims in prosecutional filings, were pilloried on social media. I've never heard that word. A friend of theirs told me, alleging that one self-appointed detective, quote unquote, posted pictures of Mortensen and Funk every day, analyzing their evil expressions and accusing them of the crime. Neuroscientists have found that when we interact with social media, it's the anticipation of answers, not their existence, that stirs in us a need to keep clicking, scrolling, and posting. Perhaps that's why Koberger's arrest brings less closure to sleuths than one might anticipate. In our internet addicted brains, it seems productive to skip past endings and repost whatever fresh allegations we've just read, misguided by the myth in social media that social media is a tool for social justice. In reality, studies show that screens lower out our empathy, increasing the tendency towards cruelty, which can camouflage online as heroism. I'm going to read that one more time. In our internet addicted brains, it seems productive to skip past endings and repost whatever fresh allegations we've just read, misguided by the myth that social media is a tool for social justice. In reality, studies show that screens lower our empathy, increasing the tendency toward cruelty, which can camouflage online as heroism. In Justice on Demand, True Crime in the Digital Streaming Era, Dr. Tanya Horick writes, the notion that audiences can participate in true crime has, of course, always been a feature of the genre because it offers a metaphorical seat in the jury box. What is different about today's true crime audience, Horick says, is their expectation that the genre literally be interactive. That justice, quote unquote, is something that can be accessed through binge watching. We read that again. What is different about today's true crime audience, Horick says, is their expectation that the genre literally be interactive. Meaning that it's not supposed to be fucking interactive. That justice is something that can be accessed through binge watching. There is something deeply human about the fascination with crime. The central enigma of murder is death, a painful reality that comes for us all, and one that we instinctively fight throughout our lives, differentiating ourselves from victims like Mortensen and her housemates by judging their choices and hunting their killers as if that protects us from random acts of violence. But whatever we might learn at Brian Koberger's trial, there can never be a tolerable explanation for what happened to Maddie, Mogan, Kaylee, Gonzalez, Zanika Nerdle, Ethan Chapin. We want to believe in social media's immense power to reverse or at least rectify injustices. The alternative is that we've bought into a massive conspiracy, surfing and shaming and buying, fooled by the idea that our addiction to screens is productive, virtuous. Never mind the destruction we leave in our wake. So that's that entire article right there. And I thought it was incredibly well written. I thought it was exactly what needed to be said. And that's mostly what I meant in my post. See, that's mostly what I meant in my post in community when I posted this article, the article that I've been waiting for. I think it's amazing and fantastic that such a large magazine, you know, and a respectful one too, took the time to write this very long, empathetic article speaking out for victims, their families, and the dangers that this online sleuthing can do. And I'm not done here, folks. Like, if you guys think I'm done here, I'm not. We're going to go over some more stuff. We're going to have a little fun. But I loved that it's not some silly little thing now, you know. Oh, God. Like, when people think of true crime channels, they go, oh, true crime. Ugh. You know, they just roll their eyes. Something just, true crime. Just, you know, they look at it the same way as it's like Jerry Springer, the same type of respect. Thank you, Patricia Sell, again. I appreciate that. You know, and there's now the awareness that there are real people, innocent people being affected by the kind of things that Betty does, the kind of thing that JLR does, the kind of thing that Harsh Reality does. These are dangerous things. These affect innocent people. And I'm really glad that they called it out. Linz, thank you so much. I was hoping you'd talk about this. Yes, I did. Thank you. I appreciate it. And of course, I'm going to talk about this. But yeah, we're going to let's do the inevitable, folks.
And I cautioned everybody because it's probably longer than that now because we've been reading it for the last year and a half, right? I'm losing track of time. I'm entirely too young to be able to say I got that 15 years ago. Okay, guys, I just want to put that out there. I'm entirely too young to say that. I do not want to be the woman that says, 20 years ago, nope, not this chick here. Nope. So know your limits. While it's good to be compassionate, we can become overly compassionate too. I agree with that. Don't work so hard at judging other people that you forget to pay attention to what you don't like.
What?
I know what it feels like to be abandoned and left. I don't like the feeling, so I'm not going to leave my boyfriend, Clara says. She's living with a man who abuses her emotionally and physically. I'm not going to judge her, Ralph says about his new wife.
What the fuck is going on here? Is Battery Betty Dear Abby now? Is that what the fuck this is? What's going on here?
She's using cocaine, stealing money from him to get high. She's had a hard life, and I haven't walked.
Oh shit, Betty, she's on to you.
In her shoes. I need to be compassionate and non-judgmental with my son, Robert says about his child who's driving him to distraction with his manipulation and lies. Is that right? Distract? Yeah, it does say distraction. It doesn't sound right, but it says it. He's had a hard life. His mother died when he was 3. I'm the only person he's got left. You can set boundaries with someone without judging that person. You can decide that behaviors are inappropriate and hurt you without condemning that person. Don't forget to have the right to say, ouch. We can say whatever with compassion and still take care of ourselves. God help me set appropriate limits with people in my life. So I think March, as we're reading through March.
Oh, that's her fucking dumbass inspirational book. That's like the only book she's ever read.
Sounds like the messaging for March is, 1, identify manipulation, because we can be manipulated so very easily in this world. We're very compassionate people. We have emotions and things like that. But I think that the March
she made straight A's
segment is really about setting those
Y'all
healthy
are
boundaries.
killing me in the chat.
Setting those healthy boundaries. So no matter what people are for them, you can accept them for who they truly are, as long as you have your healthy boundaries set and don't let them cross it. So I really am enjoying the March segment of the language of letting go. I hope you guys are all getting something out of it as well. I know you guys have seen the thumbnail. So I got a message from one of the mods in here. I'm not going to say her name, Miss Robin. No. And, this is going to make the haters, for all the haters out there that like watching the Bullhorn Betty channel for your content, here, let me help you out. Let me put some change in your pockets like I always do, right? Let me put some change in your pockets because we know you need those little nickels, right? You know you need those little nickels. And so Robin sent me over an article from Vanity Fair. I mentioned in the article. It's with Brian Enton. They're interviewing Brian Enton, and I mentioned in the article. Now, God bless Brian. He has a hard enough job as it is.
So proud of herself.
Bullhorn Betty rocking the boat,
So-
right? But I love Brian Enton. He's a
All right.
sweet person, a very kind, gentle. He has an article. And don't let them cross it. So I really am enjoying the March segment of the language of letting go. I hope you guys are all getting something out of it as well. I know you guys have seen the thumbnail. So I got a message from one of the mods in here. I'm not going to say her name, Miss Robin. No. And And you know, this is gonna make the haters let me for all the haters out there that like watching the Bullhorn Betty channel for your content. Here, let me help you out. Let me put some change in your pocket.
Why, thank you, Battery
right?
Betty.
Let
Appreciate
me
it.
put some change in your
Put
pocket.
some change in my pocket.
Because we know you need those little nickels.
Those little
right?
nickels.
We know you need those little nickels.
Zippa, zippa, zippa.
And so Robin sent me over an article from Vanity Fair. I mentioned in the article.
I mentioned.
It's with Brian Enton, brother. The article. 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 It's with Brian Enton, brother. Interviewing Brian Enton, and I mentioned in the article. Now, God bless Brian. You know, he has a hard, deaf job as it is without Bullhorn Betty rocking the boat, right? But I love Brian Enton.
Jen, thank you so much, because you need the nickels. Oh, sweet. I got some more nickels. Jen 1417, thank you. Because I need the nickels. Thank you. I do need the nickels.
Person, a very kind, gentle soul in the flesh. I mean, what you kind of see is what you get. He's a real sweet guy. That's why I never say anything bad about it.
It's because he refused to say anything bad about you. Like, I think it's fucking hilarious that he totally threw shade at her. He absolutely threw shade at her.
And God bless him, because he didn't say anything bad about me. The writer.
So she knows that he has. This is fascinating, because she knows that he has all the reason to say bad things about her. She knows she's a fucking joke. Like, she knows she's nothing but a clown. She's aware of this. And she's just happy that Brian Enton did not point it out. that is all that's going on here. She is just straight up simping this dude. Like, the guy's hero. This guy doesn't like you. By all intents and purposes, this guy, it doesn't like you. Put your detective cap on, Betty, real quick. Okay? I want to walk you through this. Okay? Brian Enton, his hero is Anderson Cooper. Okay? Is it sinking in? Goes against and reports and has opinions, goes against everything you believe in, supposedly. You are not only a Trump supporter, you are a Trump fanatic. You milk money out of your audience, telling them that you're going to go advocate for children, and really you're just going to go and falsely accuse somebody of assault because he doesn't agree with what you believe in politically. And you had your little gang of people behind you, including Jonatalia Lee Riches. So come on. Like, how do you expect anyone to have any respect for you at all right now? The fact that, like, dude, you were mentioned in the article, but there was nothing good about it. What you just did is got all of your followers to go and read the article where it basically points you out by name as the example of what not to fucking do on YouTube as a true crime creator. You are the shining, you are the name. Boom. Asshole YouTube creators like Bullhorn Betty is basically what that said. Shit YouTubers like Bullhorn Betty who harasses innocent people. Like they straight up said that you harass innocent people, that's what you do. They didn't say anything about you being an advocate for children. They didn't say anything about you being a crime solver. It's amazing to me that you are this delusional. And this is why, people, this is why I'm saying, I'm telling you, I'll get into it later. I talked a little bit about it when I was reading the article, but I'm telling you, this is the way to deal with people like that.
Writer of the article, on the other hand, she doesn't like me.
Yeah.
That's okay. Kathleen, I went ahead and sent you a message anyways. I sent you an email, honey.
Of course.
Hopefully.
I bet you the email is like a fucking 1,000 million words. I'll bet you anything. She read this, shit herself, and then went and emailed this person, rage emailed this person, which is completely expected. And this live was completely expected. It was really funny. I was talking to somebody, and first thing that happened, I saw this article posted, Mystery Maven, Jess, she posted this in community, the article, and I was like, wow. And then I read the article, and then I sent it over to Toast, I think. And I was like, you gotta see this shit. and then I decide, yeah, like I'm fucking definitely gonna go over this. And I knew that not only was I going to go over the article, but I was going to go over this inevitable live. Because this live was the most predictable thing that could possibly happen in this scenario. Was her gloating about this and being totally delusional and trying to actually get in front of it. Because this is what she's doing. She's trying to get in front of it and play it off, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that's about me. That's exactly what's happening right here.
Please call me back. We'll see. We'll see. Okay.
She's not going to call you.
But before we get into the whole Vanity Fair and the love triangle between Vanity Fair, Brian Enton, and Bullhorn Betty.
The what?
It just went awry, right?
The what? Wow. Wow.
We're going to get over to some good news. This is the power of YouTube, folks. This is the power of social media. So yesterday we had a case. Her name was Chelsea Wiley. And we're hoping to bring her home safe. We're running it. You know, we cautioned our audience, you know, let's not get a knee-jerk reaction.
Yeah, like, why did she turn her office into what looks like that of an illiterate social worker? What is going on? What has she got going on back there? So fucking bizarre what I'm looking at.
And let's just, wait. Let's see what's going on. We want to advocate. Okay. All right, Pebbles.
Thank you,
let's
Luke.
see.
My
I
bullhorn
hear
is like
you.
my flower.
And you said email. Okay. Let me see what we got in email.
Let's check the email. Let's see what we got.
And it's one of the things that hold on, hold on, Pebbles. I see.
Thank you, Angie Horton. Appreciate or Angie Horvath. Thank you.
I do not see your email unless you're under a different name. But I will go through my emails. I will go through my emails. Mama, thank you for everything you do. Amen. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you, Mama Bear. God bless you. So we use our platform
to harass people.
To advocate for a woman.
No, you don't.
That was missing, and we wanted to bring her home safe. And I cautioned, all the audience out here, let's not just have a knee-jerk reaction. Yes, there's a lot of red flags.
Let me say something publicly right now. I'm glad you brought this up, Catherine662. Any creator that I review and criticize on my channel, anyone is invited to talk to me on my channel. And if they do, and they don't rage quit, and they actually engage in a conversation with me, and they don't rage quit, that's not allowed, then I will stop reviewing them. I want that on record. On record. Any of them that allows me the opportunity to confront them in a respectful conversation on here without rage quitting, and if they're forthcoming, I will stop reviewing them. If they actually have the audacity, if they actually have the guts to come up here and talk to me. Any of them. Doesn't matter who. I just want that on record.
We can identify that this story really didn't make sense. And I cautioned everybody because truth is strange. There's a squad behind them, and just laser focused on something without having.
I love how the missing person comes secondary. That's not what we're really going to talk about. We're going to talk about the love triangle. Like in her title has nothing to do with the missing person. Vanity Fair, Brian Enton, Bullhorn Betty's love triangle. Haters keep hating. That's great, but she's an advocate.
Enough information to make heads or tails of it. A lot of people accuse me of that. And that couldn't be further from the truth. We actually do the work here before we open our mouths, especially
No, you
when
don't.
I mean,
No, you don't.
to place blame on somebody, we have to have overwhelming information
What?
here.
Okay,
to
you
point
see
a
what?
finger at a.
Do you see what's going on here? Can you see what's going on here? Betty, nobody's buying this shit. Nobody's buying this shit, bro. Like, stop it, stop it, stop it. Shut the fuck up right now. Okay? Nobody's buying that shit. Now that you got called out by Vanity Fair, you're trying to address it. You're trying to nonchalantly counter it. And you think that just by saying something, it makes it reality and that it erases everything that Vanity Fair writer happened to see. You think it all erases it just by saying, hey, we don't just point fingers at people and we need hard evidence and we do our research before we do that here. No, you don't. No, you don't. And you were called out on it. Patricia Sell, thank you so much. Thank you. And BT, love you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
A specific person. Period.
Period.
And I know the haters
Let's hear that.
try to.
Let's hear that bullshit one more
We
time.
have to have overwhelming information here to point a finger at a specific person.
Really?
Period.
Mm-hmm.
And I know the haters try to act like we don't know what we're doing.
You don't.
But every time, every case, we show and prove that, we're not just willy-nilly.
We're not willy-nilly?
And here for the clicks and the views.
No, you're there for the money.
We are here to advocate for victims. We're here to, make sure that justice is served by anybody that violates somebody's rights.
Oh.
And a lot of this stuff is, children. And obviously we're putting stuff in motion.
You're putting stuff in motion. Okay. Yeah. So you're talking about rights. People's rights. But why doesn't a person's right to come home from work to a peaceful home where they probably pay association fees and they pay mortgage and, a peaceful home that they work their whole lives to get and put their kids to sleep in a quiet environment without some asshole yelling through a bullhorn just because they happen to fucking live in the same neighborhood where somebody fucked up. And they got to deal with you showing up and yelling through a bullhorn, violating their rights to peace and quiet. They know they live there. What's your goal? Like, do we ever really discuss that? What's your fucking end goal when you decide to go out there with a bullhorn? You say create awareness. You don't think that the fucking neighborhood knows who the fuck lives there? Who lives in the house that you're fucking making all that noise in front of? You don't think they know? Of course they know. Create what awareness? You're just out there making an ass of yourself while victimizing people who deserve to just be living in peace. You don't create awareness. You don't advocate for anyone. If you were advocating for children, you'd let them do their homework in peace and quiet and go to fucking bed.
Right now, to help the children. I've got a meeting today with attorneys in Tennessee to help, guide a conversation about what we can do for our children. And I go through this over and over again with people that are willing to hear and talk to me. And that's really, at the end of the day, we advocate. It's
No.
not just
At the
about
end of the day, you harass.
storyline. It's about the avocation that comes with it. Just like it's not
Listen, Betty, everything that you do is harassment. All of it. Everything that you do is harassment. Make no mistake about it. Even when you're sitting there and because you don't have any fucking idea what you're talking about. So now you're wasting time. You're wasting these people's time that I doubt you have any meeting with anybody. But let's say you do have this meeting with two attorneys about something going on in Tennessee. And then these people in this meeting are going to go, we already have that. Is there anything else we can help you with? Because I've got real work to do. That's how that meeting's basically going to go. And then you're just wasting their fucking time. All for what? So that you could sit there and tell yourself that you're worth a shit. Even though you refuse to do anything that's worth a shit. Because you're not worth a shit. Show us, do something, actually advocate for something, and be worth a shit. But until then, I mean, you've been stamped, Betty. You need to accept this. You've been stamped. Now, one of the biggest magazines in the world. Like, you could buy a European version of Vanity Fair in Europe. And if the article is that good, it's going to get published over there. And it's you by name being pointed out as exactly what the problem in the true crime community genre is. You are the example used as to what not to do. It's amazing. And you can actually sit here and act like it didn't happen. Not take any time or spend any effort in fuck. I can't believe they wrote that about me. Is it true? Maybe I can do something better. That doesn't occur to you. This is why we talk about you. Because you are the type of person to where you wouldn't consider that. It's not an option for you to take accountability for your actions and then do what it takes to change and do better. Actually use your platform for something good. You're incapable of it because you don't have any good intentions. You're incapable of good intentions. Your soul is black. It is void. It cannot comprehend good intentions. It knows nothing of them. It has no frame of reference for good intentions.
Not about me complaining. If I've got to complain about something, I better be doing action to overcome that complaint.
Really?
If I think something is wrong, for me, then I'm not going to ask my neighbor to go fight for my behalf. I'm going to do it myself. So if people don't like what we are doing, you're more than welcome to get off your butt and go do it better and go do it differently.
We are.
And
see, that's the
like
thing
that.
is we are. That's what you don't seem to understand. That's what makes you, you. From my doggy Zozo, I love the dog's name. I'm a big Zeppelin fan. From my doggy Zozo to your doggy for puppy treat fun. Thank you. You hear that, Panda? Oh, there you are. Panda's over there. She was behind me before. Hey, baby girl. She heard her name. Hey, baby girl. Becky G, thank you. I appreciate that. I forgot what I was saying. Hold on.
The problem is they won't.
Oh, yeah. See, we already are doing something better, and we don't have to get off our butts. That's the thing, is you think that we have to go and do something. We don't, because there are professionals already doing it. And when the time came for you to step up, we all saw it, because you are so fucking delusional that you think that what you're doing is not something to absolutely and totally criticize and clown. You filmed yourself. You went live, streamed, and it's still up, of you supposedly searching for JJ, for little baby JJ. And you complained the entire time. That's not even an exaggeration. Like, if nobody knew who BHB was, as I was telling them the story, and I'd be like, dude, she was complaining the whole fucking time. They'd be like, you're probably exaggerating. She probably complained once or twice, but she was out there, dude. What are you talking about? No, you got to see the video that she fucking made, because she was out there literally complaining the whole fucking time. Not looking for anything, just complaining, stopping and picking off stickers. She went out there in yoga pants. She knew she was going to be searching through the woods. And her fucking subscribers send her money and shit on an Amazon wish list that is designed for her to be able to go out and search, because that's what she said she does. But she never actually does. And then the one time that she did, because it happened to be in Florida and there was no way out of it, she went out there just so she could sit here and say that she did it. And then in the meantime, she takes credit for it. And this is the interesting thing. We were out there doing this. We were searching. We got up off our butts. I got up off my butt and I went out there searching. And you don't hear anyone else doing that, including and especially the Marine veteran that actually found JJ. A very, very, very simple observation of humility that you could learn tons from, and you refuse to do it. This is why we make fun of you, Betty. A simple and obvious display of humility, and you failed to even take that to heart, to acknowledge it. And you still tried to make it all about you. That's why we talk about you. That's why we make fun of you. Because we know you don't give a fuck about anything. You don't have the capability of giving a fuck about anything but yourself. And the ironic part is you don't give a fuck about yourself either. Because everything you do is self-destructive to your own image, to your own spiritual well-being, everything that you do. And it comes off like you don't fucking like yourself. That's how it comes off to me anyway. I'm looking at somebody who hates themselves, that they fucking do, they put this insane amount of bleach and destroy their hair and does everything they can to just be something that they're just not in nature. Instead of taking the steps to actually change and be the person that you try to display publicly that you are, but you're not. You don't do any of these things. You don't take the first step, the very first step being simple. Accountability. Fuck. What I've been doing sucks. But I do really want to make a difference. So I'm going to publicly apologize to every victim. I'm going to publicly apologize to every innocent person, that every loved one. That'll never happen. Team Brittany gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much. Let me let's see. 10 got gifted a membership. CK Warhala, Lisa Maxwell, Beastly B, Amanda Prophet, Squids, Deanna Fisher, Missouri Country Girl, Cass, and Catherine 662. Awesome. Congrats to you guys. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is why this is never going to change. And this is what's going to happen is people are going to have to, the only way, because the answer's not demonetizing this person. I know all the fucking talk right now. Dolly's channel is demonetized, blah, blah, blah. Who knows what the fucking reason is behind that? Nobody actually knows why Dolly's channel was demonetized. But it doesn't fucking matter. Sama2 gifted 5 more memberships. Remy, Jax, Jen Kitty 67, Headstones and Headlines, Hail Graph, welcome, and thank you guys. Thank you. Congrats. This it's just I'm dumbfounded because what's going to end up happening is the only way is things like this happening with Vanity Fair, where they show and name somebody and put them on blast as what not to do. That way the standard becomes that. To the point to where if you're seen in their chat supporting them, you're going to get criticized. To where you don't even want to be seen in their chat because they are the example known generally of what not to do. And that is the only way that these people will ever actually get shut down, is nobody will want to listen to them anymore. Because people want to have a good heart and people want to be doing this for the right reasons, because people tell themselves that they are. But when it's made obvious as to why this is how you don't do it, well, then they'll hold better standards for themselves because they don't want to be excluded. Because nobody's going to end up being a diehard for Betty when that happens. Nobody is. She's going to have a few people. She'll still have a channel, and then she'll maybe have 100 people in her chat tops, and it won't matter anymore. And that's just bound to happen. Lisa Maxwell, thank you for the super sticker. That's inevitably going to happen. And that's the only way. Make no mistake. That's the only way, because if you take her channel down, she'll show up somewhere else. You know, she gets demonetized. She'll just blast her PayPal and all that shit and grift that much more, and it won't really affect her. You know? So, but I get those people that are like, you know, demonetize her and take her channel away. See, I'm not for that. I can't get behind that because I don't think it's effective. I think it's pointless. I think putting her and other creators like her on blast is the way to get people to wake up and see what not to do on YouTube and not support it. And like I said again, when large media sources like Vanity Fair do that, it's a win. It's a step forward to that, towards that.
So, anyways, getting back to this, we advocate for people. Shelley Wiley.
She keeps saying that.
Chelsea Wiley was found. She was found yesterday. Why? Because social media reaches a lot further than mainstream media.
Okay, so you're talking about apples and oranges. Nobody's saying that social media is a bad thing when it comes to finding missing people. We're talking about creators like you that misuse social media and use it to spread misinformation. That's what we're talking about. That's what they were talking about in the article. They're not criticizing social media. Social media is fucking great. It's amazing as long as everybody's not a fucking asshole about it. But social media is amazing. And it's a great tool for helping solve crimes, of course. I mean, what do you do when you want to know about somebody? What is law enforcement going to do? They're going to search their Facebook and any of the social media that a victim might have or a suspect might have. Absolutely.
Everybody has YouTube on their phones. Most of the phones come with YouTube built into the phones.
They're built in.
Most of them come standard with the app of Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube.
Wow.
Tell me I'm lying.
I love how much stupider she sounds when
Already
she's slow.
preset. Okay, what they don't have on their phones, they don't have CNN, Fox News. Those don't come standard. Right?
Your TV does, though.
News Nation doesn't come standard.
Your TV does, though.
Local news doesn't come standard on your phone.
Your
But
TV
what
does,
you
though.
do find on your phone
Is trash like me.
social media. I did not read, Amy, where she was found at, but we do know she was found, and she was found safely.
But
As of yesterday,
you're following the case.
we made sure we talked about it on some channels. I even went over to JLR. I don't really, just like JLR doesn't really come over here. I don't really
That's actually
go over to JLR.
a really, really great point that can't be overlooked. I would be remiss if I overlooked that point that Chronicles of the Shady just pointed out. Yeah, they come standard. YouTube comes standard, but yeah, and Twitter, even if it does come standard on your phone, which you have to download it. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But even if they do, all of those media conglomerates that you named have YouTube channels and Twitters so they can reach people on social media, because that's what people do in order to be seen and known. Social media, it's like the best marketing tool there is on the planet. Just saying.
JLR's channel too much. But he was talking. I saw him on his live, just like I do with Dolly. If I find a case, I'll pop into the chat and say, hey, new case, new case. I really, truly believe it was the avocation of social media like T-Rev and others that were talking about this case that finally got it to the attention of this young girl.
So far,
where she may have.
So far, she hasn't said how she was found. So, riddle me this, Batman. How do you know that it was social media that was behind her being found? Because you're covering the case, right, Betty? You're covering the case. So, as somebody who's covering the case, wouldn't it make sense? This is you covering the case, isn't it? Wouldn't it make sense to actually say how she was found? Who found her? Or, you don't have to name a name, but that's always, she was found safe. How? Was it through social media? Or did she just wander home? Like, hey, what's up? Oh shit, y'all were looking for me? Happens all the time. Like, why don't you know? And how are you saying? Now, it's fine if you don't know. Maybe that information hasn't been released yet, but how are you saying it was social media that did it if you don't know?
Call her family, but either way, she was found, and she was found on the heels of social media.
How do you know that?
Taking this case and running with it. I'm sorry, it is what it is. And whether people like it or not, social media, mainstream media is a dying breed. That's why mainstream media is starting to come on to social media, because they're never going to make it.
Comcast would not make the money that it does if mainstream media was, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Show me the numbers. Shut the fuck up and show me the numbers, idiot. What are you talking about?
Being cable.
What?
Cable's dying out.
No, it's not.
We all know it.
No, it's not.
How many people by a show of ones have no cable in their home and stream everything? By a show of ones.
I have to see this chat. I have to see this chat.
How many people in this chat right now have no cable in their home? I'm one. I'm one. I have no cable in this house.
You know what would be awesome? See, first of all,
none.
Bro, everybody has cable, dude.
Exactly.
If you have internet, you have cable. Like, if you have internet, you have cable most of the time. But you're paying a cable company for internet. And chances are you're probably paying less if you get a cable package, at least where you can watch television. Even if you just get local channels and you are paying Comcast or any cable conglomerate, you're paying for internet. You're paying them for the internet, and you're at least paying for the minimum of channels. Guaranteed. You might as well use it. So don't sit here and say that you don't pay for cable when you do. If you're paying for internet, you're paying for cable. Like, even there's no way, like, yeah. And chances are, I remember I tried to get just internet. I remember an apartment that I had a few years ago. I was like, can I just get internet? Because all I do is stream movies anyway. You know what I mean? I don't watch TV. And they told me about the packages, and I was like, well, it's actually cheaper for me to get cable as well as internet. It's more expensive for me to just have internet. Yeah, and that's another thing, dude. If you have, you have cable to some degree. Like, you're watching TV. What her argument is that TV is dead. No, because even if you're just paying for internet, you're watching TV, dude. You have a smart TV. I have a smart TV with Roku. Regardless, I have access to TV. And as long as those people and as long as major corporations are sponsoring these cable companies or these cable channels, they're doing okay. Okay? They're doing fine. So you're talking out of your ass.
So how are you guys getting the news from across the country?
Right, but you're paying a cable company for your internet, is my point. Cable's not dying out. Cable is expanding. Cable is evolving. And all of these mainstream media news sources are evolving with it. She doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about.
You know how? Because you're coming here to YouTube to get your news.
No, you're going to
You're
YouTube to
coming
get
here
your
to
news.
YouTube to get your news.
Okay. You're going to YouTube to get your news. And you're only 24,000 subscribers. And I'm being generous because you're not getting the views that would match that. But that's a very small number of people. That is a small group of ignorant fucking morons who go to you for information. You are in not competition with Fox or CNN. I promise you that, Betty. You're sitting here saying that the reason why is because you come to YouTube for your news. No, those are idiots that seem to think that you have something worth listening to. That's all that is. And it's a small, very small portion of the population. Okay? The millions and millions are watching mainstream media. The few thousands are watching dummy.
And we cover that. Okay. There are a few twos, so God bless you guys that are still hanging on to, the cable networks. I can't do it. Here's why. I think it's entirely too expensive to sit there and watch TV with commercials going every 15 minutes.
Okay. Which, if I didn't finally get YouTube Premium, this stream would be interrupted by ads every 5 minutes because she sets it to that. Her channel for her viewers is technically much more expensive than paying for cable and watching Fox and watching actual trained journalists have expert panelists on to give their opinions. Okay, Fox or CNN, whatever. And whatever, I'm not arguing whether it's bullshit or not bullshit. It doesn't matter. That's not the point. The point is that it's more expensive for them to downgrade from that and log on to you and send you money on top of what they're paying for internet.
You're literally watching every time you turn around a commercial. Whereas you come here, you get a 2-hour segment. You might have 3 commercials in it the entire time.
No.
Maybe 2. Sometimes 1.
No. No.
We're not having to stop and roll to a commercial break, on social media. We have to keep everything going and going and going. I really truly believe that we do help out there. We do
you don't.
good
No, you don't.
work.
No, you don't do any work.
And we get attention. And I get that media, some media people
We get attention.
don't like it. I'm sorry we run circles around you guys.
Wow.
I'm sorry we're more techie with our research.
She's more techie with her research, y'all. More techie. Wait, does that techie involve let's describe your techie. Because it's pretty equivalent to my techie. My techie is I go to reliable and reputable news sources to get my information, and then I play the shit on my channel and go over it. That's how techie I am. Those people who are not as techie as you, who you go to for information when you're using your brain, those people are less techie than you. How is that when you're using them for the information? Calamity Jade, thank you. She's saving people from commercials. Exactly. Thank you, Calamity Jade.
They even tried this Vanity Fair article, which we're going to get into, even discredited Red, White, and Bethune that turned over their videos that help locate Gabby Petito. But hey, you know, they didn't really do anything, according to Kathleen Howe.
Okay, that's not what she said, because I knew this was going to happen. No, that's not what happened. They're saying that they're getting credited for solving the crime. They didn't solve the crime. The police already knew basically what happened. They had theories because they're trained and they know. We all knew what happened. All of us knew what happened. Now, those of us who were responsible, not you, because you were jumping to that conclusion, Betty, yelling in front of their house. But we all knew what happened. Just the responsible ones of us didn't say it because we held out hope that Gabby was still okay. But we all knew. I mean, so the YouTubers that she's referring to who actually found the van, and the van was already gone, but they went over YouTube video of the van. They actually caught it because this guy was just home from his vacation and editing the footage. And then he said, oh shit, the whole fucking country's talking about this van. I think that's the van. And that gave law enforcement the edge to be able to narrow down where to look for Gabby's body. But they already kind of knew that they were looking for a body. Let's be honest here. Okay? So no, they didn't solve the crime, but yes, they did help. Tatted Tech, stealing her granddaughter's chair by day, yelling at victims by night. Delete your channel, please. My beard is better. Oh my goodness. Your beard is not, but your beard is better than what? What, this beard? No. See, now if we're talking about which beard is better for catching bugs, yours, hands down, my man, hands down. Okay. I love Tatted Tech, Tatted Techie.
They're just, you know, just them. Baby, Kathleen Hale, let me say something to you, baby. You might want to fix that crown on top of your head. And don't stand too high on that pedestal, baby girl. Don't be standing too high up on that pedestal.
She wrote an article that's published in Vanity Fair. You yell at people through a bullhorn. You Karen town meetings. What are you talking about? Like, if you're trying to knock her crown off, you're not reaching. You're not getting high. There's nothing you can't. No, there's no ladder that you could climb up even that could knock off her crown. You can't do it. You're incapable. You're like Patrick Swayze in Ghost with the crown before he learned from that weird looking dude on the subway on how to, like, touch stuff and knock things off. You're just Patrick Swayze trying to, knock the crown off. Doesn't work. You can't do it.
Because you might fall. See what I'm saying? You might fall.
Bro, look at her face.
And not only that,
Look at her
but I don't have producers. I don't have people.
I don't have a job
that put money in my pocket to give me a salary to run to Ida.
No, they don't give you a salary, but you have people giving you money. You're not earning that money. You are literally living off people giving you money.
Oh, to cover this case, you know who has to do that? Me, my audience. That's how I get out there. I have to work.
There's the e-bag. The e-bag right there. Here we go.
How to do that? Me, my audience.
The e-bag.
That's how I get out there. I have to work 1,000 times harder to get out to these cases to cover them.
Bro, wait a second. Back it up. Okay, you're telling me that you actually work harder than that person. You going out there complaining about the cold the entire time, getting rejected by locals for comment the entire time you were out there, okay? All of that does not even equal the work that it took to physically sit down and write that article. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? How delusional are you? Seriously, like right now, you saying that you work harder than an actual reporter. Like, what? Than somebody who actually went to school, got a journalism degree, had to hustle in one of the most competitive industries in the world to get published in Vanity Fair, and you work harder than that person? Are you out of your fucking mind? Wow.
Than any other news reporter out there.
Wow.
Kathleen. But I hope you call me. I hope you call me.
She's never gonna call you.
I provide you my cell phone number.
She's never gonna call you. Let me explain to you why, because it's real simple, okay? She's never gonna call you because she's busy with a job. She literally has, just on her speed dial, 100 more people more important than you to contact. How in the shit do you think that this person is actually going to take time out of their day to contact you? And I hope she does. Don't get me wrong. I hope she does. I hope that she does an in-depth interview with you. I hope that you get an exclusive in Vanity Fair. And that's a fact. I hope that happens. I want to see a whole article written by that author on BHB, on Battery Betty, her past, everything. I want to see that article happen. I want to see the interview and the article happen. I hope to God she actually calls her. I pray to sweet baby Jesus that this person calls you. It's never going to happen, but I hope it does.
Kathleen Hale, I did provide you my cell phone number, so hopefully Hopefully.
I did provide you
you'll
my cell
call
phone number.
me, and talk to me. We'll see. We'll see where your integrity lies. We'll see where your integrity lies. God bless Brian Enton because he refused to say anything negative about me. At the end of the day, I know him. We spent weeks in front of Gabby Petito's house. Every crime case that I go to, guess who I run into out there? I run into Brian Enton. You know why Brian doesn't say anything negative about me?
Because
when
he's
he
classy?
was covering the political stuff and nobody would talk to him, it took me going out there and saying he's a good guy. I helped him get interviewed.
What? What?
I didn't do that for
What?
compensation. I helped going he would talk to. He was covering the political stuff and nobody would talk to him.
Bullshit.
It took me going out there and saying he's a good guy.
Wow.
I helped him get interviewed.
Wow.
I didn't do that for compensation, clicks, or views.
I guarantee you didn't happen. There is nothing about that article or anything about Brian Enton and anything that I've seen of him that indicates to me that there is one shred of DNA in his being that needs Bullhorn Betty to get him interviews by anybody, from anybody, ever. That is the boldest, most delusional shit that I've heard her say yet. Unbelievable that it doesn't happen. Brian Enton does not get interviews unless Bullhorn Betty goes around and says he's a good guy. Bullshit. Now, do I think that she was going around saying this guy's a good guy, this guy's a good guy, trying to kiss his ass, but he doesn't need you to do it? You just decided to leech on to the dude. And because he didn't give you any type of like real respect on a platform that only spoke the truth about you very quickly, very to the point, and moved on. Because you're what are you, bitter? You're bitter. Yeah. I mean, you're clearly bitter. Yeah, you're insane. Like, you simp for this dude, he doesn't acknowledge you, and now you're pissed. And now you're trying to take credit for him doing his job? Wow.
Did it because it was the right thing to do and he's a good guy. So again, Brian Enton, thank you for being kind.
You see the anger in her
with
face?
your words to me. I love the little punchline. I have to be nice. I can't remember what he says, but he jokingly said,
He said, I don't want her showing up to my house with a bullhorn. That was the nicest thing he said about you, by the way.
we have to be nice to Bullhorn Betty. We don't want her showing up with the bullhorn. Bullhorn. With the bullhorn. Up with the bullhorn. With the bullhorn. I love Brian Enton. I do love Brian Enton.
Yeah,
But
we know.
you gotta remember,
Fucking
I
simp.
knew Brian Enton when he was nobody.
Oh my God.
When he
Now
knew me when I was
I knew Brian Enton when he was nobody. No, he wasn't nobody. The dude was a fucking he worked for fucking WSVN 7. Dude, that's where fucking Rick Sanchez came from. What the fuck are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about.
was nobody.
This
Right?
guy, that Vanity Fair, listen. Let me be abundantly clear. Let's compare. Let's make this quick little comparison, okay? While Brian Enton was driving around in a van and trying to make a name for himself as a journalist, doing it respectfully, classily, got WSVN 7, okay? While this was happening, WSVN 7 asked him to work for them. And while that was happening, you were being arrested for bar fighting, getting caught with cocaine, strangling your significant other. While that was happening, you were accumulating a record of 42 arrests. While Brian Enton was busting his ass to be a professional journalist. While he was in school getting a journalism degree in one of the best places you can get a degree, you were beating on someone high on cocaine and drunk and driving. That's the comparable resume. And you actually have the audacity to sit here and talk like you have something to do with his success? What? Wow.
Like, I'm sorry. You know, it's kind of like one of these things where we kind of grew up together. It's kind of hard to be nasty. Like now Ashley Banfield, I will talk for hours and hours about my disdain for Ashley Banfield.
Who also
talk about Brian Enton.
Who also worked her ass off to get where she is and isn't acting like she's entitled to it because of a First Amendment right.
I'm like Mama Bear. Don't be messing with my boy.
What?
Don't be messing with my boy. Right? And always been very kind and courteous to me. You know, we all work in the same profession.
You don't.
No matter how you look at it, we cover the news. We cover true crime news. Not
No, you
all the
don't.
news.
No, you don't.
You know, I try to stay out of all the political stuff, except with
Okay.
in
just
some.
Just a second there, Professor. 1 second. Okay. I try to stay out of the political stuff. You literally dressed up like a clown Trump supporter, wearing Trump this, Trump that, Trump everything, hanging out with other clowns. And that's not to say that you're a clown if you support Trump. I want to be clear about that. Those of you in my chat. But you dress like a fucking Trump clown. And you're up here saying that you are not political. I got to hear that one more time because I can't believe my fucking ears. 1 second.
All the news. You know, I try to stay out of all the political stuff.
You literally inserted yourself in the political stuff more than anybody could literally insert themselves in the political stuff. What do you mean? You attended a Trump rally. You always attend Trump rallies. How are you not inserting yourself in the political stuff? Exactly. What?
In some consideration, you know, we do have to do something with our children. And the bottom line
was funny.
is nothing's gonna get done unless you bring a freaking politician or a bureaucrat involved, right? I mean, it is what it is. I don't like the process, but it's the process.
See, that's why that right there is why you don't get to call yourself a patriot. Because I proudly refer to myself as a patriot. Do you know why I proudly refer to myself as a patriot? Because I love that the process exists. I love the process. The process is electing officials and going through these representatives to make sound decisions. That's called due process. That is called using your voice as an American. And saying I don't like the process. Well, I mean, even though that you misuse the process simply to make a name for yourself, simply to be seen on a camera at a fucking town meeting, you make no valid points. Everyone makes fun of you when you're at these things. Everyone jokes. Everyone sighs when they see you approaching the mic. Everyone, the whole room goes like this. When they see you walking up to that mic. The process hates you. Wow.
We try to keep all of that off here because I respect my entire audience, you know, and I realize we all come from different backgrounds. We all have different ways of thinking, and at the end of the day, who cares? You know, if we're all fighting for advocacy for these victims and stuff, who cares, you know, what we do in our off time? Who cares? I don't care. You know what I want? I want people inspired. I don't care where they come from or how they got here. I just want them inspired to do better in this country. In whatever country they live, because let's be honest, we're worldwide, right?
Now, you always know a racist. I have to point this out. You always know a racist when one is defending themselves being a racist against being a racist when nobody's talking about them being a racist. Like, her mind just went there. She just went from I don't like the process to I love my audience because everybody comes from different backgrounds and different cultures and such and such and such. Like, why is that relevant at all in what you're talking about right now? Just curious. Just curious.
So it was a little, you know, but we will go through it a little bit more. I'm gonna go into it in depth, but you know, I had some things. I read the article, and you're right. Look, Kathleen, things. I read the article, and you're right. Look, Kathleen, right. Look, article. Is that right? Yeah, right. Look, Kathleen. Right. Look, Kathleen. Calm down, lady. Calm down. Your horns are sticking out. What?
She's calm. She gets printed a fucking article that helps sell a major news magazine.
I did write her though. I did
A
write
major
her.
editorial magazine.
I did write her. And then after, of course, and you know, this is a person that writes for Vanity Fair. And then, of course, after I click send, now I reread this thing. Like I proofread it. But I hadn't had my coffee
After
yet.
I
There's
hit
like
send.
2 or 3 misspellings.
Okay, she's already like disclaiming. She's already like admitting and regretting. I hit send and I realized I probably flew off the fucking handle and sounded like a complete and utter fucking moron when I sent her this email, and I can't take it back. Fuck. Tased Mandy, member for 10 months. Resilience, thank you so much. Welcome to Resilience. I'm so late, gonna have to restart, but hey, y'all. Welcome.
Not misspelling. I omitted words altogether, and I'm thinking this lady's gonna think I'm a complete a-hole. Like I don't know what the hell.
She omitted words altogether, which means that she was raging at the time. She was like flying typing because she was having a fucking conniption fit. She was shitting a Jeep Cherokee as she was typing. That's what happened. Now, if I'm going to expect a response from someone, and especially somebody who wrote so negatively about me, the last thing that I'm going to do is let them know that they got to me. So A, I wouldn't have written them in the first place. B, I would have made sure the fucking thing was perfect, clear, proofread, punctuated, indented, everything. I would have made sure of it. But the fact that she fucking is sitting here saying that she omitted entire words meant that she was flying as she was typing because she was so fucking pissed off at what she read. And I love it.
I'm doing. I can't even put 2 in there. T-O. Like I missed 2. I still sent it to her. Right?
Yeah,
But it
we
is
know.
what it is.
It is what it is. I made a complete fucking ass of myself.
So the good news is Chelsea Wiley is safe. She's alive, and I truly believe.
And you had nothing to do with it.
All the creators, you know, I get a lot of people. So jealous.
Jealous. I love it.
I travel the country. I cover these cases.
The person who just had an article published in Vanity Fair is jealous of you. Okay.
And I pull views from other people. I get it. It sucks. But you know what? They do it to me too. And guess what? I gotta deal with it. Right?
Oh my God.
I gotta deal with it. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Morning, beautiful friends at Andrew. Andrew, check your messenger later when you have time. Gotta go
doctors.
on way to doctors. Well, good luck with the doctors. I hope you get some good news. I hope they take those staples out. I hope you can start dancing in the midnight. Right? I want you to dance. I want you on your feet.
What?
Thank you and God bless. And we'll be praying for you to have great news from the doctor. Everybody throw some prayer hands up in got Emma. Sepsis kills that's hasn't been feeling well. We got Ronnie. Ronnie hasn't been. If you are offended easily, this is probably not your channel. Kathleen, you probably wouldn't last a day over here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. I'm just saying. Just saying. But I'm willing to talk to you.
I'm willing to
I'm willing to clear up the mess. Clear up any misinformation you may have about Bullhorn Betty. I'm happy to do so.
Except you don't.
So, and I have a funny feeling when it comes down to it, it's going to be something really stupid. Really stupid. But getting on.
If you're referring to what was pointed out about you on Vanity Fair, it's not something really stupid. If you're referring to the thing being stupid as your entire social media existence, okay. Okay, yeah, I guess that's really stupid.
With everything. Here she is, just for everybody to know. She has been found. She's been found safe. Thank God.
Congratulations.
That's what I'm thinking about. And we even opened up the chat going through this Idaho 4 for Kylie people. Isn't this exactly
Here we go.
Business. And then we'll get on to Vallow. I think I'm gonna do
she hasn't even
video
started talking
later
about
today on
I might have to make a whole
Lori
new
Vallow and Chad Daybell as opposed to covering it here.
I might have to make a whole new pot of coffee.
So now everything that we've all been waiting for.
You've been talking about it the whole fucking time.
Debuting and not the best light.
You think?
Right. So I'm not going to read the entire article. But
I don't think you read.
Article is.
I don't think you read the entire article to begin with. I think that you focused on what was said about you, thumbed through to see if you were mentioned again, wasn't. You weren't, and then yeah.
Oops. Is let me. Sorry. Is about basically Brian Enton. But there is, and actually it's not really about Brian Enton. It starts off with Mark Trevel piece. I can't even remember. I can't even pronounce his name.
Trivial piece, dude.
Necessary.
It's trivial piece. It's real easy.
really correctly.
Go find me.
But
Welcome.
this is the
Welcome to Logic. Go find me. Thank you.
owner of the corner club. He has a disdain in his blood for media, for social media. He's just an angry dude, right? He's just an angry dude. And you know what? He keeps blaming everybody else. Nobody did this to that community. The only person responsible for what happened is Brian Koberger. And that's if he
Okay.
is.
Brian Koberger. Here's the thing. Brian Koberger is not responsible. Now, Brian Koberger is responsible for murdering, well, allegedly murdering 4 people, 4 very innocent people. Okay. Brian Koberger is responsible for putting fear into that town. Brian Koberger is responsible for causing those innocent people and bystanders and people of that town to mourn. Brian Koberger is absolutely responsible for that. What Brian Koberger is not responsible for is you and vultures like you spreading misinformation about people who are affected by this case. Brian Koberger is not responsible for that. Calamity Jade, thank you so much. Please make coffee. I'm off. Usually I miss so many lives. I get the beginning on breaks. I might just do that. Yes, I'll hang out with you guys for a little while. Thank you so much, Calamity Jade.
Is convicted of this crime. You know, right now, I do believe in the law. I do believe that they have the right person arrested. But again, corner club owner has a disdain for Fox News, media, and social media. Well, you know what?
How did you get that? That they had a disdain for Fox News? And I mean, I guess so, kind of. Yeah. Yeah, I'll go ahead and venture to guess that that this writer for Vanity Fair is pretty far on the left.
I don't know what to say, but you own a bar. I'd say drink a little bit more. It'll probably be a little
Okay.
more palatable for people like me.
Now, if she's
In-
talking about, yeah, she's talking about the bartender. She's talking about Trivial Piece. Now, that dude, yeah, I don't blame this guy for having a disdain for all media when he's just trying to run a business. And he can't do it in peace, and his patrons can't do it, can't relax and drink in peace. People can't even go to his buddy's bagel place and get a fucking bagel in peace. So, yeah, I would say these people have a disdain for how people are acting in this town, outsiders are, and not respecting this town going through what they've been going through.
in your area, and this is not going away soon, so you're going to have to be accepted, you know, accept the fact that we're there, accept the fact we have a right to be there, accept the fact that we do, even Olivia and I, brought money to that bar. We didn't bother anybody while we were there. We just sat there and had our drink and just, you know, sit and chit chat. Nothing wrong with that. So we put money in your pocket there, Mark. Just a FYI. And your bar doesn't seem like it's completely, utterly packed. So you might want to not be running off the little bit of business you do have. Just FYI. But there was parts in here, and I wanted to, let me see if I can do it. Hold on. There we are. Do the old search. So we'll go up just a little bit to right about here. Moments later, when he was on the air recapping the crime for anyone just tuning in.
Okay.
A nightmare for this.
Okay, sorry. I was making coffee. I was putting the coffee on. So she's saying something about by him trash talking people like her, he's costing himself business because he can't afford business. Well, maybe let's talk first. You made your presence very well known in that area. People were probably already avoiding you like the plague. And therefore, you probably cost him patrons. The fact that you and Olivia were in that bar and in that establishment, it probably cost him money because you were in there and people just didn't want to deal. As a matter of fact, he basically says that. So, what the fuck are you talking about? You don't get to take credit for this guy and giving him business because you were in there getting drunk. You don't get to sit here and take credit for this guy being successful.
This town, a nightmare they just cannot wake up from. Enton, Idaho Murder Mystery Special Report contained exclusive interviews and one shocking detail. Gonzalez's injuries were significantly more brutal than Mogan's. In the absence of any new updates from police, sleuths took off running with that, with what Enton had
sound it out.
Offered. Internet sleuths are on the case, Enton said in his special. We're talking about the armchair detectives, people who sift through social media for any possible clues. And in the vacuum of information from Moscow police, their voices are louder than ever. Web sleuth earned the moniker 2012, who posted videos of himself killing cats. So paparazzo.
Here we go.
Because your reporters now have to compete. We are the paparazzo.
They're not competing.
Right?
They're not competing. They're struggling with you being out there and giving them a bad name. They're struggling with you being out there and fucking with their credibility. Like, you're taking away the finesse that it takes to get, like, these people are trained to approach people and get statements from them, to get interviews with them with finesse so that they'll actually talk to them. But if that person that they want to approach and talk to has already been approached by you and you scared them the fuck off, you're making it harder for them to do their job. The trained professionals, the ones who are actually journalists, the ones who are trained, you're fucking it up for them, that are actually trying to put out real information and actually trying to keep people informed. You're fucking it up for not only them, but the viewers that want to be informed. You're doing the opposite of what you're saying you're doing.
Right? So if you have to compete with us,
they're not competing with you.
Isn't that what you're calling your own news reporters? Just a thought. Just a thought.
They're not competing with you, though.
Just a thought. While reporting on the Petito from her killer's lawn, Enton found himself shoulder to shoulder with vigilante. Listen to this. Vigilante civilians. Excuse me, I'm not a vigilante civilian.
You are, actually. That's exactly what you are. And vigilante is not a compliment. Okay, you're not fucking Batman. All right, vigilante is not a compliment. You are doing things completely and totally without any regard for the repercussions. You're not trained. You're the vigilante in comparison to a trained reporter. So what are you talking about?
I'm a protester.
You're an asshole.
But see, if you had any
You're an asshole.
kind of integrity in your reporting, you would have reached out to me. I would have corrected you.
Okay, see, that's not integrity. Like, she's not lacking integrity because she didn't fucking seek you out and ask you questions. Okay? What she did is the same thing that we all do. We look at the shit you put out there and we make our assessment of what you do. Your content is what speaks about you, and your content dictates that you are just a useless, troublemaking asshole who victimizes people. That is it. It's real simple. Nobody's just jumping to this conclusion because they don't like your fucking face or your bleached hair. It's the content that we judge.
So vigilante civilians and social media influencers.
Girl of the Valley, thank you so much. It's my birthday. Oh, Lord, what did I walk into? Dude, I've been live for a minute. I'm going to be here for a while because
So maybe she's not
I'm making coffee and we got a little bit ways to go here. So
calling me the vigilante civilian because she's now following and social media influencers like Bullhorn Betty, who would later upload 3 videos about one of the Moscow victims' surviving roommate, featuring thumbnails of images of Xander Knodl's face with the words, "Why didn't you save me?"
she's so proud of this.
Well, it was a legit question.
No, it wasn't.
It was a legit question.
No, it was not a legit question.
Like many sleuths, Betty's methods seem unscrupulous.
Here's the good stuff.
Seem unscrupulous. She reports rumors and perpetrates harassment of innocent.
No, the word, Betty, is perpetuates. A word that I use often to describe what you and assholes like you do. Perpetuates. Sound it out. Say it with me. Perpetuates.
Innocent people. Never, not once. Your facts are flawed, lady.
No, they're not.
Facts are flawed. First of all,
No, those are facts.
never once reported rumors. We discuss them on here because they're floating about, but never reported them. We keep.
No, you create them. That's actually what you do. Kelsey 206 gifted 10 memberships. Wow. Hold on one second here. Let me go over those. So welcome to Miranda Love, Sama 2. Oh no. Sorry, that's here. I'll show that comment. Kate for Big Little Voices. Mama Bear 2, Swendiga, Shiba Mom, Pink Stripe. Cherry got gifted a membership. Oh fuck. I'm shutting down the memberships. God damn it. Runs with Scissors, Molly King, and Car Ann. Nice. All you guys, welcome. Congrats.
The facts. We keep to the facts on this channel. And the harassment of innocent acts reported them. We keep to the facts.
No, you don't.
We keep to the facts on this channel. No, you don't. And the harassment of innocent people, not one person that I have protested in front of have ever been innocent.
Okay. Let me correct you there because I discussed this earlier, but I'm going to make the same point again. Actually, the majority of the people that you protested in front of were innocent. Those were neighbors. They were people who just happened to live somewhere. And those people were innocent. And you're yelling and screaming and robbing them of peace that they are entitled to for contributing as productive members of society. They've earned that. They've earned, at the very least, peace and quiet, which you rob them of and call it content. You call it protesting. You call it investigating. You call it advocating. But you're not.
Summer Wall's family, not innocent. Leilani Simon.
Summer Wells family. Absolutely, until more information comes about, innocent. Yes, I said it. Doesn't matter what we believe or what we think. None of that shit fucking matters. Because there is the chance that they are very innocent. They may not live a lifestyle up to your standards, but they are innocent of the crime that they're being accused of by too many people until there is proof that they weren't, until there's even enough reason to believe that they weren't. Now, I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Okay? I don't know what the fuck they're doing because now they got Dolly Vision's got Candace posing in his fucking Dolly victim shirts. Whatever the fuck that's about, I have no idea. None of my business. Don't fucking care. But when it comes to the crime that we don't know took place or not, of Summer Wells' disappearance, There's nothing to indicate that either Dawn or Candace had anything to do with it. Still to this day, almost 2 years after the fact, still to this day, no evidence. And by going out there, let's say they're guilty. Let's say they make an arrest and it's one of or both of Summer's parents. All of the shit that these people have done has added to their defense, has provided their defense with smoke and mirrors of making them out to be victims. Because you don't know how to leave them the fuck alone, leave people the fuck alone, mind your own business, and do not interfere with an ongoing investigation. Period. So, yeah, you're fucking up.
Not innocent. Gabby Petito. Again. Parents are going to court for exactly what we were saying in the front lawn, lady. Get it through your thick skull. You're talking about rumors and perpetrating harassment of innocent people. Isn't this exactly what you're doing, Kathleen Hale? So again, my clippers, my haters out there on YouTube, I'm giving you some pay dirt here. Giving you some pay dirt here. Right?
Like, again, you probably interfered with the civil case that the Petitos and the Schmitz have against the Laundries. Because they're going to court. Make no mistake, they're not going to court for criminal charges. Criminal charges couldn't be brought up. So it's already difficult criminally to charge them with any wrongdoing. It's actually impossible, or else it would have been done. But now that the Petitos and the Schmitz are actually taking them to court on a civil level, you and your actions and JLR's actions and MGL's actions and every other fucking person that was out there probably contributed to helping the Laundries by, again, victimizing them.
But the bad news is you guys are too stupid to find this stuff yourself. So I'm reporting your news so you can clip me talking about me because you...
No, see, we're somewhere else actually getting the real facts, okay? Because we're intelligent people. We click on you for entertainment. We click on you because you never fail to provide us with stupidity that makes it fun to watch. We clip you because it's for fun. That's it.
You guys are too weak with no backbones. I'm talking to all you haters and jellyfish out there.
Jellyfish.
You can't do the work.
Can't do the work.
Even when trying to find stuff to insult me with, right? So now I'm giving you your news so you...
It's so easy to insult you. It is so easy to insult you. That is a true thing that you're saying now, is that you give us stuff to insult you with. Absolutely. You make it incredibly easy. But no, we're not getting our news from you.
You can now insult me with the work I've already done for myself. Thank you. You're welcome. But for practical reasons, Enton has needed to find a way to coexist with people like her. Excuse me. Let me tell you something, Kathleen. He doesn't coexist with me. I actually know him. He's a nice guy. And you know what? At the end of the day, I'm a nice girl. And,
Bruh.
when we're out there, it's like,
Bruh. Let's hear that again.
you know him. He's a nice. Excuse me. Let me tell you something, Kathleen. He doesn't coexist with me. I actually know him. He's a nice guy. And you know what? At the end of the day, I'm a nice girl.
Nowhere in that shit did Brian Enton go, no, you know what? I actually know Betty. She's cool. You know, I'm a nice guy. She's a nice girl. And nowhere, nowhere did that happen. My dude was like, I mean, I don't want her showing up at my house with a fucking bullhorn. That dude is not claiming you. Stop fucking simping. That dude is not claiming you. Like, wake up.
And, when we're out there, it's like no different than any other reporter. If he needs to get a shot, I move out of.
No. It's very different than any other reporter. The difference is that they're trained and employed. That's the difference. The reporters are trained, educated, and employed. You're not.
His way. If I need to get a shot, he moves out of mine. That's how it works in the real world, lady.
Wow.
But you're behind a computer in an office and probably have never investigated a crime in your life, never been boots on the ground in your life. You're stuck away.
Stop. Right there. Okay. This article is a recording of her being boots on the ground. She is out there and she's covering Brian Enton. She's covering media. She's covering the media attention. That's the whole point of the article, is the media attention on this case, negative or positive. That's what she's doing. She's boots on the ground. You're the story. You're only part of it. Enton is the real story. Okay? But she's boots on the ground, covering and putting out there. These are the people that are putting out the facts, really investigating this case, versus the people who are not. You're on the list of people who are not, according to that article. And she went boots on the ground to get that information and to form that opinion. So, yeah.
In that little hot hole that you type in. Just stay where you're at.
I love how she's trying to talk tough to somebody who isn't even thinking about her. Currently not giving one thought to her.
He told a practical reason he needed to find a way to exist with people like her. I just want to get my job done every day, and he does a great job at getting his job done.
Right, because it's his job.
Every day. He refuses to speak ill of Betty. In part, he jokes, because I don't want her showing up to my house with a bullhorn. My house with the bullhorn. My house with the bullhorn. Up to my house with the bullhorn. House with the bullhorn. Love you, Brian. Love you, Brian. You know, acknowledging I might know where you live might cause rumors to spread about. You might want to be careful.
Oh my God. Like, now's not even the time to playfully threaten him. It is not. This is your official response to being mentioned in this thing. So what the fuck are you talking about? Don't do that.
More seriously, Enton said it's not up to him whether sleuths have earned their place among trained reporters. The reality
Translation: I have my opinions, but I'm not going to tell a reporter what my opinions are.
is that our digital ecosystem elevates the voices of specialists and enthusiasts alike. At the end of the day, they're still going to be here, he said, and I'm still going to be here. So God bless you, Brian Enton, for again. You guys understand why I love Brian Enton. He has integrity. He has character.
Which you don't have.
He has class.
Which you don't have.
This is the reason why I speak so highly of Brian Enton, because even when somebody's wanting to make a story to demean somebody he knows, like he spent weeks out there with me, just like I spent weeks out there with him. You know, we kind of get to know who each other are. He knows I'm not a bad guy.
God fucking bless you, Hacker Party of Six. Thank you.
Quite frankly, when we have an opportunity to help one another, we will. And it's not because he's Brian Enton. It's just what
it is.
Do when you're out.
It's exactly what it is. It's because he's Brian Enton that you simp up to him because you want something from him. You don't want you're not being courteous to somebody of the same profession. You delude yourself to thinking that you're in the same profession, and you simp up to him. And every time you simp up to him, there's this little part of you, this big part of you actually, that really hopes that he's going to somehow acknowledge you and say, Betty, you're doing a good job. She's totally like fantasizing in her mind when she looks at him like, she's fantasizing in her mind like a scenario where Brian Enton is like, oh no, all of my equipment is broken down. Please, God, tell me there's somebody nearby with a phone. Everybody bucking by going, I don't know what the fuck's going on with my phone. I don't know it's not working, Brian. My phone isn't working. Is your phone working? Nobody's phone is working. And then Betty goes, dun, 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 dun. My phone is working, Brian. I'm happy to help. You know that she's sitting there and all this is going through her mind while she's standing there like this. It's never gonna happen, Betty. Relax. Just stop it. It's never gonna fucking happen. You fucking psycho.
Out there covering a case You know, sometimes you gotta duck, so you don't want to take the place. Like if somebody needs to take a photo, now that jackass in the orange jacket, you ever step on my toes again, you ever tell me you're gonna push
As opposed to the jackass in the reflective pink jacket. As opposed to the jackass in the reflective pink school crossing guard jacket. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
push me out of the way. I told
Dude was like,
you
get the fuck out my
once
way.
before, and I'll tell you again. You touch me or my stuff, you're going to jail,
Going
buddy.
to jail, buddy.
So as long as you're respectful to me, I will show you the most respect you could ever have. I'll be the nicest friend out there. But you step on my toes, you're rude to me or not honorable in my presence, I will cut you slap down to size. I don't give a rat's ass who you are. And you guys know damn well the guy in the orange puffy jacket got to have a word from Bullhorn Betty, but I guarantee you, the rest of the time I was in Idaho, he knew his place. He knew his place real quick. You don't mess with me. You don't come over here and intimidate me. I'm not the one that's intimidated easily. If you knew what my life is,
There's a
the
reason
big
for that.
burly guys that I got smacked.
There's a reason for that, okay? You're out there hoping for confrontation. Okay, that's what you think that we all can't see. We can see it. You're not out there to advocate for anybody. Your methods are deliberately aggressive. And as a result, inevitably, that's going to bring you some confrontation. You know that your efforts and your actions are coming from an aggressive nature. And therefore, you have to know that it's going to bring confrontation. And when the confrontation comes, you express yourself in a confrontational way. You don't avoid the confrontation. You don't say, "Oh, sorry about that." You don't do anything except get aggressive. And then you accuse them of abusing you or putting their hands on you. You are hoping to be assaulted so you could play victim and you can grift from it. That is the nature of your actions. And we all see it.
Around with, honey, you're nothing. I blow on you, you'd fall over.
Okay.
You ain't got nothing. Absolutely nothing. So again, I made it into Vanity Fair. I made it into Vanity Fair.
This is so reminiscent of Canceled Karen. Do you guys remember that? Do you guys remember when Canceled Karen, before she got canceled and had her channel with like a good strong 700 in her chat all the time, right? And Netflix released a documentary on the Watts case. Okay. And when Netflix released this documentary, the documentary at one point was talking about people who were victimizing Shanann's family that much more and trash talking Shanann and making her out to be this terrible person, like she was a villain. and they clipped canceled Karen. They didn't show her face. They didn't mention her name. They didn't say anything. They just clipped her saying, "She's such a bitch." It's on Netflix. You can watch it. There's about maybe 10 minutes left of the documentary when that happens. And she has always referred, and since then has always referred to it as being featured on Netflix, and then had the audacity to complain that they didn't credit her. Yeah, that happened. Canceled Karen got all pissy because they clipped her trash talking Shanann Ruchek, I should say, out of respect. Shanann Ruchek. They clipped canceled Karen, calling her a bitch, and she wanted credit for it. She was proud of the fact that they used her as an example of what not to do and was mad that she wasn't credited. That's the mindset of these people. It's amazing.
Fair. The love-hate relationship between Bullhorn Betty and Vanity Fair and the love triangle brought about by Brian.
Oh my God, I'm such a child.
Come on! You guys gotta know that was some funny stuff.
God, you're such an idiot.
That's some funny stuff. Brian Endon said, I don't want Bullhorn Betty showing up with the bullhorn. You're
Fucking
a smart man, Brian Endon. Smart man, my friend. Smart man.
She's fuming on the inside.
But anyways, I know he didn't have to do that. He could have slammed me if he so chose to. He chose not to. So God bless him for that. And again, that's exactly why I love and respect Brian Enton. He would never say.
Yeah, let me yeah, Deets on the streets. Does she think that they covered her because of Enton? She just realized another YouTuber was covered with no connection to him. They picked two bad creators. Right, they did. Yes. The psychic idiot and her.
It didn't matter if he was talking about somebody he disliked. Totally, absolutely, 100% dislike. He's just a very genuine person, and he doesn't say, he's just not a nasty guy. He doesn't say mean stuff. He's, he
like this is fascinating watching her delusion in action, because on one hand, she believes that her and Brian Enton are friends. On the other hand, the way that she's talking is that of somebody who acknowledges the fact that if he were not the classy person that he was, he would be talking shit about her, make no mistake. She is giving him credit for refraining of saying what he really thinks of her. This is fascinating. So she's got this duel going on in her mind. right? On the one hand, she thinks that they're friends. On the other hand, she's absolutely, completely aware that if he were a different person, he would absolutely say what's on his mind about her, acknowledging the fact that there is something that he's not saying. He's thinking it, but he's being a good boy and he's not saying it. Unreal.
He says, I like her. I don't know.
Okay, her internet froze. That's not me, that's her. Oh, she does know, Tracy. This is the thing. This is what's fascinating about her. And people like her. She does know. What happens is they convince themselves. They convince themselves of something else in order to justify their behavior because they're so vain and they're so proud. They refuse. Like, acknowledging that they're shitty people is not an option. It's impossible for them. They cannot do it. It's too much to face. It would cause chaos in between their souls and their heads. It would be too much. They cannot acknowledge this. They cannot process coming to that conclusion, coming to that realization that they are worthless fucking assholes. They can't do it. So what they do is they justify their actions and delude themselves out loud, like she's doing in this live stream. Very fascinating. Oh, I just paused it. It's still frozen. It's still. Fix your internet, Betty. Come on. You got it. There we go. There we go. We got you again.
Boy,
we're back. We got it.
Just it wasn't froze. My internet dropped completely.
Maybe pay for cable.
It just went boom. I'm like, okay, so Verizon, I just started with you. I never had my stuff drop except when my computer was dropping. I'm gonna start having live streams drop from me using Verizon. Me and Verizon conversation. Don't want that happening. But they are putting new lines in, so occasionally they have to disconnect as they hook another
She's got the whole process
up.
figured
So
out.
I expect that this will probably happen as new people start using the service. Verizon Fios was never around here. They just started installing it around here. Oh, and I got my hair done.
Oh, God.
Have you guys noticed? Remember,
No.
I told you I'm going to start.
How do you expect us to notice when you do the same fucking thing every time you get your hair done? How is getting your hair done looking the same fucking way every single time? Like, no, we didn't notice. We didn't notice that you fucking destroyed your fucking scalp yet again.
Start doing something a little different with my hair. So I'm not doing some radical crazy stuff with my hair just yet.
You know what would be radical and crazy? You know what would be radical and crazy? If you didn't fucking fry it.
Stepping into it because I really want. I love my blonde. I love my original Bullhorn Betty blonde. It was it's kind of like Pink's hair, you know. Pink has a certain
what?
color. Bullhorn Betty.
No, man. Pink has professional stylists do her hair. And she hasn't been destroying her hair since 1984.
He had a certain color. Whether the haters liked it or not, it is what it is. It was my signature color. Well, now I never had.
Am I fucking crazy, or is it the same goddamn color? Fucking fry white. Like, what did you do when you walked into the salon? Were you like, give me the uncooked McDonald's fry, give me the raw French fry? What are you talking about? It's the same fucking absence of color. It's the same exact absence of color it always is. What are you talking about?
A hair color lasts that long. Like I usually am always bouncing with different hair colors. I've been burgundy, I've been brunette, I've been blonde, I've been, calico with blonde, the highlights, the lowlights, and everything else like that in my hair. And it's like, now I want to start getting some color back into it, just for the simple fact I personally want that. And I had just had my hair done and had it just bleached a few weeks ago and got it cut. And then I'm thinking, and I talked to you guys about how I wanted to darken the hair up a little bit. But the problem is I'm so used to the blonde, it's hard for me to start going a little bolder, because even my hairdresser's like, well, do you want to go bold? And I'm like, yes, I do. I want to go bolder. Like, I want to put black low lights in my hair as opposed to,
I don't think that's how the conversation
like
went.
a dirty blonde.
I don't think that's
but
how
I
the
knew
conversation
that would be.
I don't think that's how the conversation went. I think that the hairdresser was like, do you want to go bald? Not bold, but bald. Do you want to go bald? Because if you keep putting the shit in your hair, it's going to fry your hair and your scalp, and you won't be able to grow hair anymore. Do you want to go bald? That's probably what the hairdresser was doing. They were probably warning you, and you were just hearing what you wanted to hear and said, fucking make it the same goddamn color that it always is. The same absence of color. I want that shit white. She needs a refund from the salon. Thank you, Girl of the Valley. Like, yeah, I think you heard that conversation how you wanted it to hear. Bold. No, we've never seen your hair bold. There's never been a bold color on your head ever, except for the fucking pink hat that you wear to look and stand out from actual professional journalists and sound and look like the idiot that you are.
Be too drastic, and I was scared that I would not like it. So I'm bringing the color in a little by slow, so I personally can adjust to it, because I'm having heart palpitations that I'm actually considering losing my blonde hair. I'm not going to go.
Okay, that would be the cocaine.
back to my dark hair. It's never going to happen. But I probably will have some stronger low lights in my hair. Just because. I've had this that I would have changed it actually a lot sooner, but at the end of the day, it was when people saw me, they knew that I was there because of my blonde hair. I like that.
Well, no, it wasn't. I mean, yeah, your blonde hair is loud as fuck, but no, you're loud as fuck generally. People knew you were there because you're so fucking loud.
I don't even have to throw a fit. I just had to step out of the car and like, oh shit, born Betty, right?
Yeah, but not. Wow.
Come on, it's funny.
No, it's not. No.
Funny.
See, she knows that she's nothing but a nuisance. It makes sense why she wants to emulate JLR so much, because she knows she's a fucking nuisance. She's sitting there going, I show up and everybody says Bullhorn Betty's here. Come on, that's funny. Come on. Why don't I hear people laughing? Because I'm all alone in a freaking office from 1984. Why aren't you laughing? Please, God help me. It's not funny. It's sad.
So those that were not
This is funny.
here when we turn this live on, I want you guys to hear something because I still think everybody needs to hear it. And I played it as part of my intro coming in, but I love it so much.
Oh my God, dude.
And I love my beautiful people here on YouTube. I want
He's having a meltdown.
to make sure I play it so everybody at home gets to hear it.
Dude, I love it because I have this slowed down and it sounds like she's drunk. She doesn't even actually have to drink to sound drunk. Like, to have a drunken meltdown, she could just be sober like she is right now at like fucking 5 a.m.
Well, we
or
have
whatever fucking ungodly hour she does this coffee club bullshit.
533 people in the chat right now, and you guys didn't get to see this coming in this morning, so I want you guys to hear this. It's very powerful.
I have a question for you. If you woke up this Friday morning and you looked in your bank account and there was $10,080 magically there, and you're like, wow, that's amazing. But the only stipulation is you have to spend it all in 1 week and it'll be gone. And then the following week, you'll get another $10,080 deposited, and so on and so on.
Why 10,080? What?
Spend it however you want. Or if you don't spend it, it disappears. We just spend every cent every week, or would you allow it to be wasted and taken away from you?
What kind of stupid fucking question
guys,
is that?
this Friday.
What kind of stupid fucking analogy is that? Or, imaginary scenario. What?
You're going to wake up and there's going to be 10,080 minutes that God has given you
oh my God,
for the next week. and you can spend them however you
Okay.
want, or you can.
I got it. Okay, I got it. The 10,080 minutes in a week. Got it. Okay, there's the 80. All right. So what would you do with your time? Okay.
You can simply waste them. Guys, I highly suggest that you spend every minute of next week doing amazing things and don't allow 1 minute to be squandered because you know.
I bet you anything this fucking dude, if he was aware of BHB, he would be like, this is not what you do when you have 10,080 minutes to spend. This is exactly what you don't do. Is you don't spend your time like this fucking moron here.
Never know when God won't deposit another 10,080 minutes in your life, guys. Go out and live a great life.
Thank you for that. Wow. Really inspiring.
What a great message.
That's the fucking asshole that posts on your social media. Keep scrolling and go to hell. Can I get a like for Jesus? Keep scrolling and go to hell. Jesus fucking hates you if you keep scrolling.
What a great message. And I definitely, you guys know, I'm always hinting on, get those good points banked up in your karma bank, right?
You're so
always
fucked.
be doing good.
If that shit was real, you'd be fucked. Like, if that shit was real, God would fucking just not deposit another fucking minute into your fucking account. That is your life. If that shit was accurate, guaranteed, God would be like, wait, what? Yeah, pull that one. Yeah. Hey, listen, this is an investment, people. This guy talking to people, like, listen, talking to the board. Listen, I control 51% of decisions made on this board. Okay, I'm not putting another fucking penny into that shit. Look at what she does. She spends it on her fucking hair. She's murdering the hair that I gave her with that money. She's murdering it.
If you can help a perfect stranger, do it. If you have the ability to help somebody, do it.
Okay. When are you going to do that?
Life is so short and people can be really nasty. We know that.
Yeah.
We watch it here each and every day
Exactly.
about how nasty.
We watch it right there each and every day, Betty. You got that absolutely correct.
People can be online and otherwise.
Yeah, totally. It's a
It
total
our
e-bag.
responsibility of good stewards of this country to rise above all that, to rise above every bit of that and do good in our own life and be that beacon of hope for somebody else. Rise above, be that person that inspires somebody else. I really hope that each and every one of you guys are inspired by some of the work we do. We work very hard.
Who the fuck
here,
is we?
Not just covering the cases.
Who the fuck is we?
Cultivating an environment where you're cared for, you're loved, and you're inspired to do better. And we're doing it from the heart. We're doing it from the Word of God. When I came out here on YouTube, I said, God covers me with his armor because there is no way in this world I'd be able to come here and deal with all the hate that I deal with.
No, the armor that God has covered you with so far is the armor from getting sued and arrested. Now, the suing part, that's kind of you doing that to yourself. You know what credit card companies do when you don't pay them? When you take money from them and you don't pay them, you know what credit card companies do? They sue you because they're going to get their money. Okay? But aside from that, as far as getting arrested, as far as getting convicted, yes, you're misplacing where the armor and what that armor has done for you. Okay, I agree with you. God has put some armor on you, but it has kept you safe from the accountability of your actions so far.
For being who I am and covering these cases. And as you see, while somebody's pointing the finger saying that, hey, we misrepresent, we don't tell the truth.
You don't.
And actually, in that very article that they're pointing the finger at me, they're misrepresenting the truth.
They're not, though.
They're not being honest.
They're not, though. So what are you saying? Are you saying that Vanity Fair, that this Vanity Fair reporter who was actually there, hands-on, boots on the ground, as you like to put it, with next to Brian Enton during all of his coverage of the Moscow, Idaho murders, that Vanity Fair got their information about you from me, from clip channels, from Toast? Like, is that what you're saying? Is that where they got their information from? I don't think so. I don't think Kathleen, being a reputable news source, being a reputable reporter, I think that she would probably do better vetting and homework. Yeah. So no, she didn't misrepresent. She investigated, looked into you and what you do, all because you needed to be seen. Because if you hadn't showed up there in person, simping for Brian Enton, they would have never known who the fuck you were. You brought this attention onto yourself. Nobody else did it. Nobody else called Vanity Fair and said, oh, you got to talk about Bullhorn Betty. Nobody did that. They saw your dumbass acting like a reporter, and real reporters were looking at you and snickering and laughing at you. And then they looked into you before they published your name and saw the kind of content that you put out. That's what happened. I don't know this Kathleen person. I never spoke to him. I don't know if she ever even watched my channel. I seriously doubt it, by the way. I'm not delusional like you. I'm sure that you drew attention to yourself by making your presence known at a crime scene, and then they did their homework on you. Probably with the attempt of getting to know you a little better, and probably even giving you credit. Probably even saying, hey, you know what? Sometimes these online people, they're okay. But that's not what happened. They vetted you and reported exactly what they saw. They gave you half a they gave you half a paragraph's worth of attention and then went, anyways, back to Brian. Brian did this, Brian did that. You got basically the editorial equivalent to an anyways.
Bullhorn Betty. Not Bullhorn Betty. You can't blame Bullhorn Betty for everything. I know it's easy to have a scapegoat, but it's time to start realizing you're in charge of your own destiny. If you don't like it, nobody's forcing you to watch it. Each day you have choices. Every single day you have choices. You have the choice to make wrong decisions, or you have the choice to make right ones. So I hope each and every person out there in YouTube world is making the right decisions. I'm going to go ahead right now.
Wise
you guys
words.
going to have to give me just a second. I'm going to go ahead and
So wise.
pull up our Google Voice so we can have open dialogue for the last half an hour. I've got it, depending on how the phones are, people are calling in a lot, then we will have to limit it to, 3 to 5 minutes per call. But if it's kind of relaxed and, not too many people, I don't mind letting you guys go a little bit further and talking a little bit more. But just have a
By one person.
Betty.
Oh my God.
Come on, it's fine.
Yes, this is the funny. Come on. The funny.
Oh my goodness. Let me go over to the back side. I haven't even seen anything on the back side yet. Hold on. Viewer activity. I just want to make sure that I got everybody. So Mama Bear 123 Boom says thank you for everything you do. Amen. Jennifer L. Good morning, beautiful friends. And Andrew, I know we did read all this. I'm gonna grab this.
Uh-oh.
This is Betty.
Hi, Betty. This is Miss Lee, Mama 3.
Oh, Miss Lee. How you doing, babe?
I am good. I was just curious. I listened to a podcast, and I'm not going to say the name because I don't, but they did a little 5-minute special on the Idaho 4 case, and we're talking about Brian Kerber. And they were talking about how, everybody.
Welcome to Logic, Kelsey 206, member for 9 months. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Has pushed this narrative that there was one person that he was after, and that he left Dylan Mortensen alive. He saw her and just walked past her. And the specialist that they were talking to about it, I can't remember what his name was.
Do I remember?
But,
do I remember the time that she fell in love with me on air? She was like, oh my goodness, you got me all hot. Oh my God, Betty. I love you so much, Betty. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm talking to the old one and only Bullhorn Betty.
Was saying that the reason he went after one person and the other two were collateral damage.
Oh, I don't even know. Like, yeah, I can't play. I don't even know what fucking live that's on. I know that I talked about it, but I can't remember which live.
Because he had to kill them to get to her. And that's why he left Dylan, was because Dylan wasn't stopping him from getting to her.
Gotcha. Well, it doesn't, I don't know if that's necessarily accurate either, because
Yeah, I was just wanting your opinion.
You don't know if any of it is accurate. You don't know what is accurate as far as what happened with Dylan Mortensen. You have no idea. Nobody does. Nobody has any fucking clue, because it wasn't recorded, what happened. Simple.
No, because I thought, like,
here's what I think, because he started on the top floors, so that means that Maddie and Kaylee were the first. So he had already killed his target. I mean, because I truly believe Maddie was the target. I don't know why. I said it was one of the two girls or both of them.
Bro, you know who was the target? The 4 people who died. That's what matters. Okay? 4 people that were senselessly murdered. All of them, every single one of them, were innocent. So it doesn't matter who the target was. It makes no fucking difference. None.
The girls, but as information kind of started getting released, it really was apparent to me that it was it appeared to be Maddie as
Oh God, Calamity Jade 8 months ago, possibly my troll master. Okay.
the primary target of this horrible crime. So if that was his target, then he already got her. What was the purpose of Xana or Ethan? Unless.
Oh my God. Okay.
Here's
all right. All right. Due to request, let me see if I can find it, and then we'll close out with that. Okay. All right. So, like, I just can't, I don't, and I'm not going to clear. Well, I want to hear myself. All right, y'all.
That's a bullhorn Betty. That girl's.
Now she's got a little buzz going. Got a little buzz. So this is by request. Some of you guys already know what's up with this. So one time when Betty opened up her lines, I called in and I trolled her, and and I kept her on the phone for a good minute, man. It was pretty fun. And she had no idea who it was. It was just, I mean, I've never seen anybody so thirsty in my life.
Buzz going, but see, I screen recorded this because I knew she wasn't going to keep this up for a little minute there after this was done,
and she took it down. Yeah, so
she did put it on members only, on a members only setting,
or maybe you know what?
Because she was like, I could just picture her.
Maybe it's,
you know what? If you're going to troll me, I'm going to make money off of it. Blah, blah, blah. People are going to listen to me get made a fool of. I'm going to make some money. But then she took it down and she just made it private. But I don't, like I said, I don't really review her or cover her anymore. I'll leave that up to Toast and whoever else, and all the great clip channels. But
is this it?
This I want.
Know what you're gonna get? Are you going to get murdered?
Ah,
You're
yes.
getting murdered up in the house of Bullhorn Betty. You know that girl's night.
Sweet.
Did you guys see that night? Night was a little scary on that.
Okay, so we don't have to listen to my dumbass narrate this thing. So let's just, I'll just play it. I found the screen recording, so I'll just play it.
That thumbnail. It's Bullhorn Betty. How you doing, baby?
Oh my God, am I on with Bullhorn Betty right now?
You are on the phone with Bullhorn Betty. Who is this?
Oh my, hey, listen, long time listener, first time caller, but oh my God.
Are you serious? We got security in the house, guys.
I've been waiting to talk to you forever. You have no idea. You got no idea, Bullhorn Betty. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing amazing. Who am I speaking to? You're like making my heart kind of just jump out of my chest.
Your heart's jumping. My heart's jumping. My heart's jumping. Oh my God. I can't even believe I'm talking to you right now. Everything you did with the Gabby Petito thing and you was just there for the, oh my God. I can't even believe I'm finally talking to you.
I'm waving myself. I'm getting too hot up in this house. What is up with you?
Yeah, it's me. It's me that's getting hot. Are you kidding? It's me. I mean, I don't mean it like that. I don't mean it like that. I don't want to be
if you did, you know, I'm a single woman. No, I'm just joking.
In no way, shape, or form do I want to be disrespectful to you, Bullhorn Betty. Oh my God, you are the queen.
You're making my heart just go. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Oh my God.
So let me ask you, Mr. Caller, are you single?
Am I single?
Wow.
Well, I mean, between everybody here, you know, listening and everything, I am.
Well, cheers.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I mean, you know.
I don't know. I'm a prude.
Oh my
I don't know what you mean. Explain it. You know, us girls in here are getting a little hot up in the.
No, and I even made her some money.
Oh my God!
Look at that! I even made her a little money.
I'm just trying to listen. I don't mean to be that guy. You know what I mean? I don't mean to be that guy. I'm just, you know, I don't want to be smooth and everything with you and everything. I just don't know how to do it because I'm talking to Bullhorn Betty. You know what I mean? You were there.
Hi,
you were there.
I'm dying here. I'm dying here.
Screaming and yelling.
Wow. Jesus Christ.
Oh my God.
I gotta tell you, I don't know who you are, but I already love you already.
Oh,
Like
that, no way that. Let me tell you guys something. That was my 10,080 minutes right there. That's it. I'm getting to the gates and God's like, nah, dude, you can't get in here, bro.
You love me as much as I love you. You have no idea how much I love you. You know, I got pictures of you.
Oh my God.
You're not a stalker, are you?
Wait, what?
What?
Bro.
Listen, just because somebody hangs up a picture of a celebrity, that makes them a stalker. That automatically makes them a stalker.
No, of course. I mean, if you call me a celebrity, you're probably my biggest fan.
Because she's a celebrity, right?
I mean, I can handle
I love
this.
you that much, right? Come on now. Come on now.
Is this already Shell? Is already Shell hitting on me?
Wait, who?
What?
Hello, who are you?
Oh my God, bro.
I'm just
Lady.
joking.
Lady.
You got me so blushing, my cheeks hurt at this
I was
point.
just up here trying to tell you how much I like you and everything. And I think you're doing great things. Okay? I think you're doing great things. Like all that stuff you're doing with the school board and everything. I've been watching you. I'm like, man, that lady, she's got cajoles. That lady's got cajoles.
So let me ask you. So everybody's very interested in you. You're a very exciting guy tonight. So I'm watching my chat. So may I ask who you are and where you're calling from?
She already wants to dox me.
Ma'am, this is called.
Who are you?
This is called Jack Daniels.
I gotta know where to find you.
Okay, that's what this is called. You understand? This is what we do.
Jack Daniels and male dominance, and I was drinking that night.
Okay, this is what we do. All right, I'm from Florida. I'm from the central part of Florida.
You're from where?
Right there. Yeah, right there. Because, I mean, it was so easy. It was so easy to just, now I'm like, she's going to want to know where to find me. She's going to be happy to know that I'm close by.
The central part of Florida.
You do know that I am also a resident of the beautiful state of Florida.
Get out of town.
You've been to Florida?
No. Born and raised.
Backyard. You are not in my backyard, girl.
Born and raised. I was born in Mansion Memorial Hospital. Been in Florida, the state of Florida, my whole entire life. I have traveled the roads of the east coast of Florida and actually went over to Central Florida, Orlando. I have made many debuts with my bullhorn.
Holy! I'm gonna stop myself because I know that these channels do something with money or whatever, but I'm gonna stop myself because I don't want to give no cuss words. All right, I live around a lot of churches. Okay, a lot of churches, and I don't want nobody to, because we all around here listen to you. All of us around here listen to you.
So people are actually coming out there assuming this because you're so excited about Bullhorn Betty. They're actually pegging you as blank screen.
Afternoon, okay? Because I go in there Sunday morning.
Thought I was blank screen.
I come out of there late Sunday afternoon, and all we talk about is day. At the potluck, all we talk about is day.
Now you're going overboard. So tell me, what's your favorite hymn?
Oh my God!
What's my favorite what?
Your favorite? I mean, your
yeah.
church
She got me there.
And now you guys are all talking about Bullhorn Betty after church. You're raising the roof with Bullhorn Betty. So, what's your favorite hymn? What's your favorite hymn?
My favorite hymn that we sing at church is.
I was dying to think of one.
Let me think of the one. Let me think of the one that I was trying to think of the one that came up that last time your subject came up.
I think Toaster Oven's got it pegged. Amazing grace.
Forgot this happened. I forgot this happened.
We were talking about the mountain. We were singing about the mountain of Zion, but we have 3 songs that we sing about the mountain of Zion.
Saved a wretch like me. I was lost.
God, that is beautiful.
But now I am found. Was blind, but now I see.
That was like the Holy Ghost just took my ears over. That was what that was like. Like I was actually tired of that song, and the Holy Ghost just took that. It just took my ears over because it was a new instrument that was singing
that.
Nobody knows until they know.
Singing that.
Wow. I hope everybody in the chat is right now raising your hands and praising the Lord that Bullhorn Betty is out there doing.
Only somebody as delusional as her cannot see that this is a straight up fucking troll. Only somebody as delusional as her could think that somebody would be speaking like this about her. It's unreal. This was the easiest troll I ever did, by the way, guys. The easiest. It was never, ever easier. I've done crank calls many times. Nothing ever went as good as that.
What she does.
I want to know who you are. I'm going to unmask you, mother.
Wow.
Thank you.
I'm curious about that.
Wow.
I had a question about that, actually. How is it
Here we go.
Somebody who...
This is where I fuck up, okay? This is where look at her face. Now I can't full screen this. There's no way to full screen it because it's a little clip. It's a video file. I'm not going off the internet here. But right here, you see, if you look closely, you see her face and what happens. It changes.
Have for the last couple of lives.
The realization of her being trolled is about to take place right now.
Been advocating against going real life, wants to know who somebody is in
Look at her
real
eyes.
life.
Look at her eyes.
Can you answer that?
I sure can.
I'm calling her out on being a fucking doxing piece of shit.
Audience, please.
Sure can. Don't come on Bullhorn Betty's channel, ladder the hell out of her, and then say, I'm going to be incognito.
Heartbroken.
And anonymous. It's going to make me want to peel back the layer of the onion. It's going to make me want to look behind the curtain.
Person deserves their right to privacy. Can you answer that?
What is the question?
Why doesn't every single person
Satan
that
eyes
goes
out
on YouTube or any social media platform deserve their right to privacy?
It's very simple. You have your right to privacy until you intrude on somebody else's. And you know what? If you see my face and I give you the opportunity.
Oh, she's mad.
No. You're asking me a question. You're going to let me finish.
Oh, she's mad.
You're going to let me finish. I just sang for you. You're going to
hush. Okay, I'm sorry.
You're going to hush up and you're going to let me finish my sentence. If
you're toast, buddy.
We're going to come on to YouTube. If you want to be anonymous, you can be anonymous. But you do not attack a person viciously. You do not go after a person to take them down.
Jerry K messaged me talking about vodka and internet.
If you have a problem with a person, are you interrupting a woman yet again?
Wow.
On what you put out there, what if it's based on that?
What I put out there? Hey, you know what? It's fair game. But when you want to be anonymous,
she's mad.
I
just sang for you. Calm down, baby. Calm down.
All right, I'm calm. I'm sorry, baby. It's just
and I wanted to keep her on the phone
I'm trying to get a
bad.
better understanding, and I want to put these people down. These people.
I don't want to put anybody down. You know what I want? I want people to live in harmony. I want people. This is what you want to know what Bullhorn Betty wants? I want people to be comfortable in their own skin. I want people to be able to come out here and be who they are. I'd like nothing more than anybody and everybody, no matter how they look, no matter how they talk, no matter how they are personally, to be able to come out and express themselves 100. Because you know what? You're allowed to be on here behind. You're interrupting.
What if what you are is hurting people? Is what I want to know. Is what if
I have never hurt a person in my life.
You get to use the excuse that I'm just being who I am as a right to hurt somebody on YouTube.
Explain to me who I've hurt.
Who I've hurt.
No. Blank screen. Now calm down.
See, she thinks I'm blank screen. I love it.
Take it down a notch. Take it down. You're saying that me having an entertainment channel that focuses on true crime is somehow injuring somebody? First of all,
Now it's an entertainment channel. That's very interesting. Now it's an entertainment channel. It's not an advocacy channel. It's not a journalistic channel. It is just entertainment.
I've never had a child disappear. I've never had anybody around me that's been murdered, raped, or injured. I actually go out there. Now, mind you, I have been outside of the murder. Every single thing I've listed, I've been a victim of.
Wow.
Okay? So if anybody's going to be out there and advocating for people, it should be somebody that falls in line with that.
No. I mean, yeah, it should, but you don't. So.
And I'm sorry, whether you agree or disagree, you do not control. Hold on. You do not control. You do not control.
Go ahead.
You do not control this woman. You do not control who I am, how I think, what comes out of my mouth, what I do, how I do it. You have no control over that. You know what you have control over? You have control over yourself and yourself only, just like I have control over myself and myself only. So if you don't like what I'm doing, move on. It's simple as that. And good day to you, sir.
What if what you're doing is hurting people?
I've never hurt a person in my life. The only people that have been hurt is me. Good day. I don't like trolls. Don't hijack my call on a Friday night.
Yeah, but I did.
Thank you for giving me courtesy and making me blush. But now you know why you're my ex-boyfriend instead of my man.
What?
Just saying. We're ready for more calls because we need to dust that asshole off, right?
Wow.
And I do believe we just heard blank screen's real voice. I could be wrong, but I think we just heard it.
Wow.
And he's got a country twang. You're live, you know that, right?
That's her detective skills right there.
I know.
I'm gonna look in the south for this caller. Now I know where to look. He's got a country twang, so I'm gonna look in the south for this caller. All right, guys. That's it for me, man. We're going on 5 fucking hours already. That was a lot to cover. Thank you guys for sticking with me, man. You guys stuck with me this whole time. That's crazy. You guys are amazing. I love you guys so much. I'm going to wrap this up. Calling it. I love you guys very, very, very much. Thank you guys for all of your memberships and all your support and everything, man. That was amazing. You guys are great. I still don't know how to process that shit, but you guys are great, man. I love you very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends.